Right, good morning. It's 9:30, so it's time to resume the inquiry. I wish everyone a happy new year, and I hope those who celebrate had a good holiday period. Um, just for certainty, the appeal is that made by the Ismaili Trust under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the refusal by Waverley Council of an application for full planning permission for erection of a funeral ceremony building at burial ground with associated landscaping and parking at Farnham Park Cemetery land at Hale Road, Farnham. I hope everyone's in the right place. Familiar faces from before, from the first week. Okay. For anyone new today or watching at home, my name is Gareth Wildgoose and I am a Chartered Town Planner and Planning Inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to hold this inquiry. This is day 4 of the inquiry, first day of week 2. Firstly, just the usual reminders. I'll give people a moment just to switch their mobile phones to silent, and any other electronic devices, for example, any notifications on laptops, please, if you can just turn off any sounds to avoid any unnecessary distractions. Okay, and then just in terms of the fire procedures, it doesn't look like we've got anyone from the council with us to provide those details, but I think I can remember them. We do have a fire drill that's due at 10 a.m. So we will take a brief pause when that goes off. It won't catch anyone as surprise. As far as I know, there's no other action required. The fire exits, as you can see, are marked in each of the room, and the assembly point is in the car park at the front of the building. Thank you. Okay, just as a recap of where we are, I think we during week 1 we got through everything that was planned in the original inquiry programme, including the council's witnesses and the first 3 witnesses from the appellant. Since we adjourned, there have been a few housekeeping matters that we do need to deal with. So firstly, there is an update to the inquiry timetable. It doesn't affect today. That's as was originally planned for week 1. But we're no longer planning to sit tomorrow unless it's needed as a reserve session if we don't get through the evidence today. And then it's proposed to move to an online meeting for the roundtable session on conditions and for closings. Now, as far as I'm aware, the council are going to post a link to the online meeting, presumably, hopefully either by the end of today or tomorrow, and that'll be available for those who wish to participate and also those who wish to observe. I'm assuming there'll also be live streaming arrangements as well. That's my understanding. Any comments on that approach? I know the main parties are aware of it. I have left some copies of the updated timetable as well on the table as you enter as well.
No comments from us, so other than to say thank you for giving us tomorrow to draft closings. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
So no comments. I can say that the inquiry is going to be live streamed both today and on Thursday, and a Zoom link will be circulated to those taking part in the inquiry on Thursday.
Thank you, Mr. Green.
Thanks, sir.
Any further comments before I move on? No. Okay, the other item of note, as far as I'm aware, unless the parties want to update me if anything else, is I've received an email this morning, which is it was from the council, but I believe it's been worked through with the appellant. It's the revised suggested conditions following some initial feedback I provided last week. Now, I will add that document as IQ 11, as long as there's no objections from the parties. Obviously, my initial note is okay to publish on the inquiry website, but that isn't an inquiry document because it was prepared by me. But that if that's not there already, that should be added there just for the transparency in terms of the feedback given. As explained during my opening in week 1, that advice that was given to the parties last week is without prejudice to to the outcome of the appeal. It's standard practice to discuss suggested conditions, and the aim of providing that information as agreed at the case management conference before the inquiry was just to make those discussions more streamlined rather than having to go through every condition. So it's quite apparent the areas where I think potentially those conditions would need work for me to consider them. Any comments? Any further comments on those matters? That and any other documents that I should have before me?
No, sir, other than just to flag that in a moment when Mr. Vet gives her evidence, there's been a very slight change to one of the MPPF paragraphs she refers to, what was previously paragraph 115, now 116. It's so similar that she can probably just read out the difference and comment on it. If you wanted a hard copy, I'm not sure you do want a hard copy of the MPPF, but if you did, we can provide it.
No, I think I was quite clear during the case management conference, and the parties have helpfully provided a statement to common ground as IQ10 in terms of the framework changes. But I should be aware of national policy. I'm quite content as long as I'm pointed to the correct paragraph that to read it myself. Okay. Anything further before we move on into evidence?
So just on the matter of evidence, I note in the timetable I'm down to cross-examine on highways matters. Just to make clear, I won't be cross-examining on highways matters. It forms no part of the council's case. I assume that was a placeholder for third parties who would be asking questions in my place.
Yes. I left it in there as an opportunity should you wish to do so. But obviously it is as much for my own questions
of
and
course,
any questions that third parties may have. I'm assuming Mr. Banner's okay with that approach.
More than okay, absolutely, yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I will check.
Of
check
course,
after the evidence in case
Yes.
in case there's anything that touches upon
Yes.
your case. I will give you an opportunity
Absolutely,
to
sir.
confirm your approach. But it was my assumption that was the case.
Yeah.
The flag actually said that the evidence chief will be very short. It will be probably about 10 minutes rather than 1 hour, actually.
That's fine. Thank you.
There is, I think, a slight issue between the parties over a parking condition, but I'm going to deal with that at the condition session rather than now.
Yes, I do have questions that maybe do touch upon that in my own questions today, which may be a precursor for anything that you then pick up in the discussion on Thursday.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, if there's nothing further then, Mr. Banner, if you can introduce your evidence in chief, please.
Thank you, sir. I will do. So I'll introduce the witness by reference to her proof, section 1 and page 1, where you tell us you're Melanie de Vet, you're a member of the Institute for Highways and Transport, you're an associate member of the Association for Project Management, 2 honours degrees, first in Town and Regional Planning, and second BSc in Transport Planning from the University of Pretoria in South Africa. You're an Associate Director and Head of Transport at Elliott Wood Partnership, a firm of consulting engineers with 25 years of experience, specialised in the transport effects of development, both on behalf of private and public sectors. And you set out your experience and role in this project in the range of that section. Is all that information correct? So I think we're back onto it.
That one. Oh, right, there we go. Yes, that is correct.
I'm just so I think it's 2, isn't it? Yeah, there we are. So what I'm going to ask you to do, Mr. Vet, with that in mind, is if you could go to the conclusion section of your proof, which is on pages 14 and 15, section 6. Just to provide some context and refresh everyone's memory of evidence, could you read that, and then when you get to 6.6 and read out paragraph 115 of the now 160 of the framework, stop there and we'll deal with the slight change in the wording. Thank you.
No problem. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to just start on paragraph 6.2. And it says, I consider the proposed development is acceptable from a transport perspective for the following reasons. Number 1, the impact of the local highway in capacity and safety terms is acceptable. The use of existing site access is acceptable. access and circulation within the site by private, operational, and emergency vehicles is acceptable. Number 4, the level of car and cycle parking at the site is acceptable and meets the demands of the end users. And finally, the travel plan will actively promote the use of sustainable travel to the site, in addition to car sharing and the use of minibuses to reduce vehicle trips and parking demand. In terms of policy compliance, Chapter 3 of my proof sets out the proposed development compliance with local policy and concludes compliance with ST1 on sustainable transport and DM9 on accessibility and transport within the Waverley Borough local plan. I summarise the policy tests and should be applied to this proposal. And the key tests on whether the development is acceptable in transport terms are set out in paragraph 115 to 117 of NPPF 2023, which has obviously now been superseded. I set out the tests and the way that the development complies with these paragraphs below. And the first paragraph was on paragraph 115, which is now 116 in the new NPF with a slight amendment.
So the previous version was, as you set out there, development should only be prevented or refused on highways grounds if there'd be an unacceptable impact on highway safety, or if the residual cumulative impacts on the road network would be severe. And now the December 24 version of the framework adds afterwards, it would be severe, taking into account all reasonable future scenarios. So thinking of it this way, that before Christmas, some people at the inquiry postulated very large events, what I could characterise as sort of the Elton John end of the scale of funerals as opposed to the smaller scale. And occasionally there might be a more high prominent person in the Smiley community who has more people attending their funeral. How reasonable is it to suggest that those large scale funerals would happen week in, week out? Is that a reasonable scenario or not in your view?
The evidence basically suggests that that is not a reasonable view. Of the 12 months worth of funeral data that was recorded by the Ismaili Trust, only 2 funerals were in excess of 100 people. Essentially, it was 1% of the funerals, and that was also only 100. I think 107 was the largest funeral. The new building has capacity for 181, and we don't believe it'll ever exceed that.
If the framework now emphasises the focus on if the framework is now emphasising that the focus is on reasonable scenarios rather than worst case scenarios, how does that affect your conclusions, if at all?
It doesn't affect the conclusions. Our conclusions would be exactly the same. All the assessments that were undertaken, both within the transport statement and within the transport addendum, consider 2 scenarios. So we looked at both a typical size funeral and we looked at the maximum size funeral. Typical size funeral looking at roughly 40 attendants. Obviously, we know that some of those funerals will be larger. However, we also assessed a worst case of 181. And under both scenarios, both the parking and the highways impacts were acceptable. Therefore, we don't consider any changes would occur to the funeral, to our conclusion.
Then, if you can read on, you can probably, I suspect, to things otherwise skip over reading out what's now 117, was previously 116, but continue with your summary conclusions.
Okay, so paragraph 6.7 says, it is clear from the analysis within my proof that there will not be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or a severe residual impact on the highway network. And then moving on to paragraph 6.9, I said, as I've set out in my proof, the proposals will allow for those with disabilities and reduced mobility, create space on the site that is safe, secure, and attractive for the site users. Then minimize conflict between pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles. And finally, allow for efficient access for servicing and emergency vehicles. Then paragraph 6.10, which looks at paragraph 117 of the old MPF or 118 of the new one. All developments that will generate significant amounts of movements should be required to provide a travel plan, and the application should be supported by a transport statement or transport assessment so that the likely impacts of the proposals can be assessed. It is clear from the analysis within my proof that the site will not generate significant amounts of movements. However, the assessments of the impacts is addressed within the transport statement, and that's CD 1.22, and the transport addendum, which is CD 2.12. Although not required under paragraph 1.7 or 118 of the MPPF, the applicant is willing to provide a travel plan to support the use of sustainable travel to the appeal site. The information that I presented within this proof has demonstrated that the proposed development will not have an adverse impact on the highways network. So my overall conclusion is, based on the evidence presented in this proof of evidence, I conclude that the proposals are policy compliant from a transport perspective, and there is no transport related reasons why planning permission should not be granted.
Just want to explore how much confidence you have in that conclusion. Do you reach your conclusion by a fine margin or by a considerable margin?
I reached that conclusion by a considerable margin. The reason I state that is we have assessed pretty much the parking and the traffic impacts using two different methodologies. Kind of the agreed methodology we initially agreed with Surrey County Council, which was then questioned, and we took a different approach of doing the same assessments, and we reached the same conclusions. The impacts will be acceptable and not adverse on the highways.
Mr. Vett, thank you very much. So that's the evidence in chief. Was there, you'll need to face the inspector for his questions and then swivel round.
Thank you, Mr. Vett. I think the best seat might be that one there. I'll give you a moment just to do it, just in case there's any questions from interested parties first, and then because I'll take the questions from interested parties first, and then I'll run through my own questions if they're not otherwise covered. Just let me know when you're ready and comfortable. Thank you. Any comments from interested parties? Councillor Powell? I've got it right, yeah? Thank you.
Well done. Thank you very much. So I do have a couple of questions. I assume you've seen both the submission I made to the application and also to the appeal. In figure 3.5 of my representation, I provided the current monitoring data, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for June 2024. Have you seen that evidence? And if you look at, sorry, I need to use your, oh.
Yes, I did see it. Pull that any closer.
Phone tag. So in that evidence, clearly the peak average, where would you say that is during the day? Is that at lunchtime or in the mornings and the afternoons in the week?
During the morning, the peak is, the peak is in the morning. It's kind of between 8 and 9 in the morning.
So could I ask you to just access that? If you don't have it, I have a copy here that you can see. You've got 3.
Do we have a core document?
Yeah, can we just hold up? Yeah, no, it's fine. Just hold a moment. So there's a copy for me and a copy for Mr. Banner as well, please.
Yeah.
Is this new or is it?
No, it's just copies of what's in my
it's to assist.
representation.
Thank you, very kind.
Just to save her looking for it as much
That's
as
kind,
anything
thank
else.
you.
Sorry, Robin, apologies, but you said you weren't going to speak on, so. So if you look at the graph at the top of that page, where would you say the peak in the number of vehicles is? In the morning, in the lunchtime, or in the afternoon during the week?
Sorry, can you just explain to me where exactly these monitoring stations are? I'm just trying to be clear on.
Right. So if you look on page 5 of that
Okay.
document, you
Right.
can see where the monitoring locations are. They
Right.
are fixed monitoring locations. They're owned by Surrey County Council. They run 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And the graphic that's on the page, on page 7, is taken from that data. So it shows the 2 roads that essentially run down into the Hale Road, which is where the site is. So if you could just look at those 2 graphs, can you just tell me where the peaks are?
I can, but can I make some comments on the location of these monitoring stations first? Just looking at this, obviously both of these monitoring stations are north of the site. Now, obviously, traffic distributes differently and different patterns occur on different roads depending on what's feeding it. We had 2 sets of kind of monitoring that occurred at the site in 2 different years, both for kind of a week-long periods and both within neutral months. And that was on Hale Road adjacent to the site, which is obviously a lot more representative of the traffic on Hale Road, and that would be going into the site than obviously the 2 examples you are showing, which are further away and north of the site when we're expecting pretty much all the traffic to come from the south. So yes, your monitoring stations may show that that is where the peaks are, but that's not necessarily representative of the traffic at the site. So that would be my kind of one comment. Whereas obviously, if we look at the evidence that has been provided both in the transport statement and in the transport addendum, which is undertaken by independent survey companies at periods that have been agreed with Surrey Council, they conclude the same thing, that your weekday morning peak is the highest, then followed by the Saturday period, which we assessed for highways assessment purposes, and then your afternoon peak is lower. And then obviously anything else than that is just going to be considerably lower. Are you happy with that?
Thank you very much. And if you look at the table on the back page, which is if you just turn the document over, no, on the bit you've already opened, just literally turn the page over. That way, that way. So that's a comparison of the transport monitoring data in Farnham across the whole of Farnham at all of the monitoring points between 2023 and 2024. Would you say that that shows an increase in traffic in that time period or a decrease?
It would appear workday, 7-day. Well, so on your workday, it's mostly showing an increase, and over 7-day, it shows, I'd almost say mostly a decrease bar 1 location.
Okay, thank you very much. And if you look on page 9 of that document you've got in your hand, which is figure 3.9 of my representation, you will see that there is, you found it? It's got 2 graphs at the top next to each other. Sorry, I should have put page numbers on.
Sorry, which figure was
sorry,
it?
the page numbers are a bit odd.
Sorry, it's in my representation, it's figure 3.9. So if you flick through and find 3.9.
Yep, got it.
So the graphic on the left-hand side is your traffic modelling data that shows a peak of 1,700 vehicles an hour. And the graph on the right is taken from the dual carriageway in Farnham to the west of Farnham and shows 1.5 at 1,500 vehicles an hour. So there are more vehicles an hour travelling along the Hale Road based on your monitoring data through the narrow section than on the west dual carriageway of Farnham. Would you say that that's a fair representation of that data?
Obviously, I haven't looked at the stats myself, but I would trust that that is correct.
Thank you very much. And in my representation, I also talked about a couple of things that have significantly or are going to significantly increase the traffic in this location. One is associated with significant development across the 7 planning authorities that make up the Blackwater Valley to the north. And the second is the Farnham Infrastructure Programme, which is on the next page, which is starting next week, in fact. And will be taking road capacity out of the town centre and will be displacing traffic, unfortunately, into this same area because that's the only route it has. Would you say that it's a reasonable future scenario to allow for traffic displacement associated with the project that's starting next week?
Hopefully this is on. I think what we just want to be kind of clear about, obviously, if we had to assess every development with every future possible traffic scenario, it's likely not much development would ever happen. At the end of the day, in terms of our best practice, and in accordance, I essentially would want to say paragraph 1.16 of the NPPF, we need to look at a reasonable scenario. Obviously, in this case, we've been assessing the traffic for, kind of 2 years, really. And Surrey County Council and ourselves had agreed on a methodology that is considered reasonable based on best practice to assess the impacts of this scheme, and that have been found to be acceptable. I think the other thing that I wanted to add on top of this is that the burial ground already has the ability to, essentially, the trust can bury people tomorrow. So we're not really looking at the fact that we're changing that principle. That can already happen today. What we're trying to do is add a building to allow them to do things in a slightly different manner. It doesn't change the number of people that could already be coming. So in planning terms, we're not actually changing the traffic that could already be coming to the site, which means that it technically has no impact. I know in practical terms it does. And in a sense, that is what we assessed. And it's really a worst case scenario to make sure that everything was robust. And it probably just kind of confirmed that we did actually need a bit more parking on the site. But really, traffic is not an issue. And I guess I would like to kind of, almost refer you back to my evidence where we have discussed, or where I have discussed, the capacity within the network. Now, I appreciate there will be certain areas that are congested, but that's outside of the study area that we were asked to assess. Within the study area that we were asked to assess, the junctions have plenty of spare capacity, and the impact of the actual burial traffic is so minor, it's not going to make any difference.
So in your view, a reasonable future scenario does not include specifically allowing for the displacement of traffic from the town centre works, which is said to increase the traffic by 10 to 20%, as I've said in my representation. That's not a reasonable scenario you need to specifically account for.
Well, the problem is it's opinion, it's not fact. Unless those scenarios are actually being set out. And if that had been set out, I'm pretty sure Surrey County Council would have asked us to look at those scenarios. They didn't. So they must have been comfortable with the scenarios that we have tested. And therefore they had, they basically recommended approval of the site subject to conditions.
So talking about conditions, one of the conditions that they requested be included was the provision of a walking and cycling route across the site in form of mitigation because of the concerns they had about congestion at this particular junction. In earlier evidence, it was stated that it had been recommended by consultants that the route not be included. Can you explain your reasoning why?
I wouldn't say that that's 100% true. So when we started conversations with Surrey County Council, I think back in April 2022. And we had a pre-application meeting with the highways officer at the time, because obviously the highways officer did change. And it's in the minutes of the meeting where he actually did say, and I've kind of put it in my notes, that the highways officer has no objection in principle with proposals in terms of highways impact. And that was before we even submitted anything. But in that meeting, he did say, could you ask the trust to consider including a 2-meter wide kind of cycleway? And that was
That's just the drill.
It's 10. Oh, David has the magic.
Bit longer than the first week, but we were getting to the point there where I wasn't going to wait it out much longer. So no, but thankfully it seems to have stopped. Yeah. So when you're ready to resume.
okay, so let's just gather our thoughts back there again. So essentially the initial conversation was really that the trust would consider looking at a 2-meter path. And in the highways officer's view, this was really to help kind of connect the walking and cycling routes in the area, although he had actually acknowledged that it wasn't required. Obviously, things kind of moved on from there. And I think where I just want to kind of be very clear is all the assessments within the documents that we have done are actually saying that, well, first of all, technically in planning terms, the scheme has no impact, right? In practical terms, yes, it will obviously increase the number of movements to the site because no burials are occurring at the moment. But in essence, even with that taken into consideration, the highways impacts are acceptable. So then there's 2 things. We're not expecting anyone to walk, obviously, to the site, practically given the distance that people will be coming in. They're going to probably come by train or obviously by car, and then they'll probably get a taxi up to the site, which is what we assess. Again, we assess that because from a vehicle perspective, that would be a worst case scenario. When we're looking at acceptable mitigation measures, first of all, there has to be something to mitigate. We don't have anything to mitigate because there is no impact. But we also certainly don't have anything from a walking and cycling perspective to mitigate. If there was a highways impact and there was something to mitigate, we would have been asked to put, suitable mitigations. That's not been asked. So as a result, that was why, I guess, Waverley Borough Council didn't believe that condition 3 was required. Obviously, we concur, we don't believe that that is required. And also, obviously, things that moved on. So from a 2-meter kind of path that we were asked to consider along the south of the site, that then changed to a completely different route, which bisects, obviously, the site and is not ideal. And it was for that reason, and I believe that will be kind of covered in the planning evidence as well. That is why we said it's not required.
So just checking I was on. So obviously when you first received pre-application advice, the Farnham infrastructure programme was still in the development stage. Many of us had hoped there would be a western bypass which would take traffic off this particular area of the road. Obviously that's not been the case. There's no funding for mitigation measures at all associated with the Farnham infrastructure programme. That is now approved and is now taking place. So I think that, would you accept that things have moved on since you received pre-application advice, including 2 housing developments approved pretty much immediately adjacent to the site, and also others elsewhere. So things have moved on since that time period. And under the current NPPF paragraph 116, obviously they are no longer reasonable future scenarios, they are actual future scenarios.
There's two things there. The kind of reasonable future scenarios do need to be directly related to the development proposals. Also, any mitigation measures need to be as a direct result of the development themselves. And it needs to mitigate something with regards to the development itself. So even if things have moved on in the local area, that has nothing to do with the actual proposals on the site. And therefore, there is nothing to mitigate from the burial ground. Does that make sense?
The burial ground, I agree with. The building, I think you have already stated that the building will increase the number of people that will come to the site by necessity. You said that earlier in your evidence. And I think it's, if the number of people is higher, then obviously it will have an impact in my view.
Okay, let me just clarify. I'm not sure I said that.
Yeah, just one moment.
Yeah.
I tread a little bit carefully because that was more of a statement than a question.
Sorry,
So,
apologies.
So
All new to me.
no.
Yeah, I understand.
Most of it's been in the form of a question, but that was straying towards a statement.
Sorry.
So just be a little careful on that. But I'll allow Mr. Vet to respond.
Thank you.
Okay. So yes. So I don't think I said that anything was going to increase as a result of the building being there. In fact, if you take the two scenarios into account, the fact that there's already consent for burial ground, obviously at the Woodland Cemetery. There are no time restrictions. There's no restrictions on the size of the funerals. Therefore, theoretically, adding a building onto the site is not going to change anything. It just provides facilities for the site. It does not mean there's going to be an increase in number. So again, this is where I keep coming back to, there is, in planning terms, no impact as a result of the proposals in terms of number of people, coming to the site. It is literally providing a building to facilitate those things. I mean, I'm talking about in traffic terms here. So hopefully that answers your question.
To some extent. So you said when you've been looking at the larger size of the attendance at Brookwood, 107 was the largest. The building's obviously designed for 181, and we have heard evidence that large scale funerals will also occur. So is your view that it doesn't matter what time of day those funerals take place, on what day of the week, it will have no detrimental impact to that junction?
In effect, yes. What we did say was, ideally, it would be better to obviously avoid a weekday morning peak, which fortunately is the case anyway. So in essence, all the assessments that we have undertaken, in effect, is the second worst peak, because we didn't assess the weekday AM peak because funerals will be occurring later on, so they missed that. But the Saturday kind of peak is, in essence, just behind the weekday AM peak. The afternoon peak is actually lower than the Saturday peak. So in essence, outside of looking at a weekday AM peak, we have assessed the worst case scenario from a traffic perspective. So it doesn't really matter anything kind of after 10 o'clock on any day. It wouldn't actually make a difference because we will end up with the same results. Now, that's obviously my opinion because we've only modeled the Saturday kind of peak. But based on that and based on the amount of spare capacity within the junctions that have been assessed, it is my professional opinion we will end up in with the same conclusion.
So I have some notes from the highway officer. He was intending to come today, but unfortunately his wife is unwell, so she was unable to attend. And he,
No, sir, I object to that. This is new evidence. You can't read out evidence from the highways
Okay,
officer who
sorry.
wasn't here.
it was more of a question he wanted to ask. Yes, sorry.
It's informed by advice from someone else.
Yes.
I haven't read out.
No, apologies. I think that the question he wanted to raise was if the peak was in the afternoon on that section of road, which based on the evidence that we have of current traffic flows, certainly within the community and within highways currently, would seem to be the case. Would you suggest that it would be better to limit the times of funerals to avoid clashing of peaks?
We have already suggested that. This is why, in terms of what's stated in the transport statement, and I'm pretty sure it's forming one of the conditions, we have limited the timings of the funerals to between 10 and 4. Most of the funerals will actually occur earlier on. To most likely, they'll be 10 o'clock in the morning, and then potentially, depending on obviously what happens on the day, it would be around about lunchtime. So in a way, we have always known we were going to be avoiding the weekday peak hours anyway. I mean, all I'm saying is if it happened in the afternoon, it wouldn't be an issue, but we've never said it was going to, because most of the funerals are going to be occurring in the morning. So I'm a bit.
I guess I'm confused because the afternoon peak is the peak that people worry about. If you live locally, it's the afternoon peak that people are concerned about, not.
But
other
we've
times of the
never
day.
said we were going to have. We've always said funerals would be finished by 4 o'clock,
Well,
which
actually,
avoids the peak hour. Well, the afternoon peak
so
hour.
there is some documents that say they will finish by 6. It's not consistent.
Well, we have always said, well, certainly all the transport kind of data says 10 to 4.
Just to clarify, the
Yeah.
suggested conditions,
Yes,
and
I think so.
this is the version that was submitted with the statement of common ground as well as the revised condition. There is a proposed condition in there that seeks to restrict the use of the pavilion building and funerals not being carried out except between the hours of 10 and 4 on
yeah.
Tuesdays, Thursdays and Saturdays. I just thought I'd clarify that
Yeah.
because there was a little bit of confusion over timing. I
There
have
is.
got that in before me.
Okay. And it is, yeah, it's the afternoon. I think people are still concerned about. Thank you very much.
Good morning, thank you. I've got a couple of questions there related to the proposed amendment to the scheme in terms of the removal of the car parking. There's no highway reason for refusal given. Therefore, I presume you've made no recommendation to your client regarding the need for any amendment to the car parking arrangement. Is that correct?
I haven't.
Right. Has anyone else?
I think
I'm
that's
trying
slightly.
to understand
Yeah,
the context of the question, sorry.
Yeah, I don't think can ask Mr. Vet that. That might be something that the appellant wishes to clarify at some point, but I can't expect Mr. Vet to be subject to all discussions that might have taken place with the appellant's
Thank you, sir. I suppose my follow-up was the answer wasn't given clearly. Therefore, I wanted a clear answer. Did you give advice to your client to remove the car parking spaces by way of the amendment?
No.
No. Thank you. In your proof of evidence at 5.231, perhaps you could read out for me if you can see the words November 2024.
Sorry, 5 point which one?
5.23, little 1. You can see the words November 2024. Could you read out the sentence after those words?
The provision of a
Starting
dedicated
provision
car park.
of.
Okay, so it's provision of a dedicated car park for the church on the appeal site would relocate this existing on-street car parking onto the appeal. Hold on, make sure I'm reading this right. bad glasses. Provision of a dedicated car park for the would relocate this existing on-street car parking onto the appeal site, accessed by the same roads. Okay, it might have helped to read the first bit, otherwise it had a little bit out of context here. Improving the on-street parking conditions on the local highway network.
Okay, that'll do. Thank you. So let's just focus on the words improving on-street parking conditions on the local highway network. So can we take it from the fact that you consider that the provision of the church car parking will improve on-street parking conditions, that to remove those parking spaces would be detrimental to the overall highway quality of the proposal?
I think we're looking at two different things.
Well, sorry, could you answer yes or no first and then tell me why you think we're looking at two different things?
The reason I'm not answering yes or no directly is because it's.
I'm sure Mr. Banner would expect a yes or a no first, if I may.
No, that's not fair.
I think
Perfectly
it
fair.
is. I think it's slightly unfair. I think it is slightly unfair because it's not cross-examination by interested parties. So it is slightly different. Mr. Vet is allowed to answer it in the way she intends. And I think there is a point coming from Mr. Vet why she's answering it in that way. So I'll allow her to answer it. And then if I think I need a yes or no to your question, I'll then ask for it.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I guess what I just want to do, kind of clarify on that. If we look at the situation just as a blank sheet at the moment, obviously the church doesn't have any car parking, so people have to park somewhere. I didn't necessarily say it in the proof, but we know some people park on within the car park on the appeal site. But in terms of the church's representations, they were saying they're essentially parking either on kind of sort of Old Hale Road, which is kind of the access to the site, or having to park in essentially what is illegal places to be parking. So I guess what I was trying to say in this, yes, if you did bring the parking onto the site, you would be improving the illegal parking situation, which the church is currently doing, but that actually has nothing to do with this site. So yes, that is an improvement maybe for the local highway network, but at the end of the day, the parking on the site or the proposals to provide the parking on the site also needs to be viewed independently of what, let's say the church's current parking issues. I don't know if that's kind of clarifying things. So yes, there would be an improvement to the local highway network by the church being allowed to park on the appeal site. But it's not a requirement and it's not necessary for the burial ground to move forward as part of this appeal site with that church car park in place. And the main reason it was removed was on the landscape and visual effects kind of side of things, because that was considered to be the greatest concern at the site. And obviously the additional parking area was adding to that. And the appellant obviously is looking to get their planning permission. And for that reason, it was removed from the scheme.
Okay, but in highway terms, it's a less good scheme with that parking removed than it would be with that parking included.
Not directly related to this planning appeal.
But you do acknowledge that the applicant promotes the car parking as a benefit of the scheme. It still wants the inspector, if he does not allow the amendment, to recognise the car parking as a benefit of the scheme.
It certainly would be a benefit to the community.
Thank you.
Sorry, just catching on with my notes. Questions from interested parties before I move on to my own questions? Councillor Colburn, is that right?
Yes, thank you, sir. I'm genuinely confused about this. There is no park. Could you just correct me? Is there any parking guidance for burial grounds?
No,
So what we have here is your opinion of whether or not this amount of parking for this burial ground is needed.
yes, based on agreed methodology with Surrey County Council.
Because you mentioned the woodland burial, and we have, as you know, well, I hope you know, several burial sites in the town, none with any parking. And I just wonder how you can justify a largish car park on this burial ground when no other burial sites which are open to everybody has any parking. And you sort of try to say there's no correlation between the building and the effect on the community. So I'm just intrigued as to how you can justify the parking for this site.
I guess my first question would be, have you read any of the documents, that the transport statement or the transport addendum? Because that goes into the methodology in quite a lot of detail.
The answer to that's yes.
Okay. I can't comment obviously on the other burial grounds that you are referring to, because obviously I don't know anything about them. However, with regards to this one, there's a couple of things that we need to take into consideration here. Number one, it's not the only use on the site. So there is the burial ground. Then we have the old Regent's Memorial, which is essentially now in Marn Garden. So it's a separate cemetery. And then we have, Hotel Dunelli, the restaurant, which is an existing use and obviously generates its own traffic. When we look at the previous consent, essentially the hotel only had 6 spaces. And then the combination of the woodland burial and cemetery had 19, so 25 spaces for the site. Now, we know, having looked at the assessments and obviously looked at how we could lay out, the car park in the future, we know that the site could currently have about 42 spaces. So we know there's actually a bit of additional kind of space in there. And then we looked at this in using 2 different methodologies. Okay. In the transport statement, we looked at it more from a first principles perspective. We looked at the demand that the restaurant was essentially having at the time that the burials would happen. Then we took into account the fact that, there might be an additional 19 spaces for the, really now in Marn Gardens. And then we added the demand for the burial ground on top of that. And we came to the numbers that we came to, both for the kind of typical size funeral and for the maximum size funeral. And they both came to being just under the 75. Well, actually the maximum size funeral came to that. So we did that. And then Surrey County Council, with the new highways officer, said he wasn't happy with the methodology. We need to look at it again. So we then went out and did surveys across a week, every half an hour, and looked at, okay, how is the current car park being used? So we had that, and then we agreed a methodology along with the information that was supplied by the trust for the last, kind of year's worth of funerals. And we agreed a methodology, and we did the exercise again, and we pretty much came up with the same answers again, that we needed, in order to accommodate a maximum size funeral, we'd need about 72 spaces. It was around about that. And I can give you the exact numbers. Now, so you got to remember, because we're looking at, the primary around kind of lunchtime and dinner time. So obviously dinner time is irrelevant because there's no funerals at that stage. The restaurant does obviously generate quite a lot of demand for parking. And what the highways officer was concerned about was he didn't want there to be too many cars parked there and it to then kind of overspill onto the public highway. So that is why we were looking at how much parking do we need? And most of the time it won't all be used, but how much parking do we need so that we're absolutely sure all those uses can be accommodated within the site? And like I say, we've done this twice now using two different methodologies, and we've ended up with the same answer. So we know kind of providing that's roughly 75 spaces is the kind of sweet spot that we know we're not going to have any issues in the future. Does that make sense?
Of course, it makes perfect sense. I just don't understand the correlation that
Okay.
you made between the building, the woodland burial site and the parking.
Okay.
Because to me, they're totally separate, but united, because we wouldn't have
Yeah.
the parking and therefore the problems if we didn't have the building, I'm assuming.
No. Okay, let's just look at this a different way. Imagine we put in, okay, so the burial was going to happen, right? So let's say the trust decides, okay, fine, they want to go ahead now and they want to start burying people at the site. But we can't put the building there. You could put a tent up. You're still going to have the same, or you could have put nothing up and people could be standing out in the rain. You're still going to have the same number of people coming to the site because the burial's the burial. You know, if people want to be there, they will be there. You add the building on top of it, it's not going to make any difference. And if the trust decided to sell the land to somebody else and there was a burial of a different kind, you could have the same number of people coming because there's already the right for people to be buried on the site.
I do have my own questions in these in this area, but the question is there anything further from interested parties before I proceed on to my questions, and then whether the witness would like a break before I get into my question. So, can I just ask your name just to make sure?
I'm a resident adjoining the site. I'm interested in community benefits, which I think is largely ignored in this proposal. I notice in the Savills statement of case, 3.4, going back to the car park, they said the removal of the proposed car park, 23 additional car parking spaces, which did not serve the development, which from what you say, I understand that. But I'm thinking it from the community benefits point of view. Would you agree it would be a community benefit, the 23 car parking spaces?
I'm not sure if Rob's
Probably a question for Mr. Steele, actually.
Yes, Mr. Hogg. I understand the question.
Yeah.
It probably is one that Mr. Steele might want to pick up in his evidence as the planning witness.
Could I just, as a general question, going back on your report, community benefits under the MPPF is quite an important issue, and it's been more important. I didn't see a section in your report referring to community benefits. Is that right?
So again, I'm going to
I would
that's
not deal
because
with-
this witness is dealing with technical
Yes, I'm dealing with
high-rise
technical
engineering
high-rise
matters.
impacts, not
It's
community
a very
benefits.
fair point to make, not that I agree with it, but very fair question to ask, but it's a question that Mr. Steele, the next witness, you should ask.
Oh,
Yes.
I'll have another go then.
Thank you, Mr. Banner.
If you can-
You kind of preempted what
okay.
I was going to say. It may be a case of reserving the questions that you have for Mr. Steele. There will be an opportunity after cross-examination.
Will
for
that be
questions
this afternoon?
of Mr. Steele.
Yes.
Yes, depending on progress, it'll be this
Yeah,
afternoon.
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Councillor Powell. Is it a follow-up from what
Yes,
you've
if
heard?
you don't mind. I forgot one of the questions. I have no idea what that is. I'm very sorry.
It's not quite the Christmas carols and,
No,
and
no.
pantomimes that we had in week one.
Melanie missed the Christmas carols. That was quite entertaining. So in the transport assessment, just looking at the transport assessment you prepared, you looked at traffic movements between 10 and 2. Is there any particular reason why you stopped at 2, given that the operating hours are proposed to be 10 till 4?
The only reason why we kind of stopped looking at that point was because we were expecting the vast majority of funerals to be occurring either kind of at 10 o'clock in the morning, and I think we had said it about, let me remind myself. Essentially it's because we were expected all funerals would be finished by then. So the assessments were really undertaken for a funeral to beginning at 10 and then another one at 1 o'clock. So, so that's basically in chapter 5, we address all of that. And that's why we stopped looking at 2. We could look later. It won't change. It won't change anything.
Thank you. So you haven't assessed after 2 o'clock?
We don't really need to, because we know it's well below the Saturday peak, which we have assessed. So we have already assessed the worst case scenario. So anything below that is going to have a smaller impact.
Based on the 2 weeks of survey data you did over 2 years?
Which is the acceptable methodology in order to assess highways impact.
And what allowance did you make for future development?
We did not, because it wasn't considered necessary as part of the assessment.
And do you think that would now be consistent with MPPF paragraph 116, looking at future scenarios to make no allowance for future development?
It would be fine. The reason why I say this, we need to look at 2 things in context here. First of all, the capacity of the network at the moment. The assessments show there's plenty of spare capacity. I know you might not feel that, but in highway assessment terms, it has plenty of spare capacity. The other thing is, if we looked at committed developments, right, it would form part of the baseline assessment. So we look at 2 scenarios. So this is how, so transport impacts are assessed by looking at the difference between your baseline scenario, which will be your traffic flows plus any future growth. So that's your committed development scheme. And then your proposed scenario, which takes all of that traffic and adds the development traffic on top of that. And then looks at how is the highway, you know, how are the junctions functioning before or after, but also what's the percentage increase. Now, the higher your baseline, the lower your impact. Do you understand? So if we can add all that baseline traffic, but if the junctions are operating within capacity, they're going to show very, very, very little small kind of increases, which basically means there's no impact. And you're actually just decreasing. You're going to make our impact less, because the baseline against which we're assessing is being increased, which makes our impact lower. Do you see? Yeah.
So did you look at the junction of the Upper Hale Road, the Hale Road and the Farnborough Road, or did you just look at the junction with the 6 Bells roundabout?
So as agreed with Surrey County Council, we looked at the site access junction and the 6 Bells roundabout. And that was their primary concern.
And do you recognise that the narrow point on the major road network, in fact, it is the narrowest point on the major road network in Surrey, is a couple of 100 metres to the north of the site, and you didn't assess it?
The reason we didn't assess it, because we're expecting all the traffic to be coming from the south. And that was agreed with Surrey County Council. And therefore it wasn't considered necessary to look at anything north of the site.
So some kind of signage that says turn right only when you're coming out would make that happen, wouldn't it?
I think I want to just come back to the whole thing about us needing to assess a reasonable scenario. And the reasonable scenario is that people are going to turn right to go back to London. And we can't assess every scenario. We are just required to assess a reasonable and a robust scenario, which is what we believe we have done, and which obviously Surrey believes they have done, which is why there are no objections on highways method.
So your assumption, just to be very clear, your assumption is all the traffic goes south and you have not assessed the junction to the north at all?
That is correct.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. If that's all interesting part of this question, I think it probably is a reasonable time to give you a 15-minute break. Just before we break, Mr. Banner, just asking your advice initially on this. The extract provided by Councillor Powell, I did multitasking while I was listening to the conversation. I did checked through and it did appear to correspond to it did appear to correspond to an earlier representation. I'll just check which one in particular. I believe it is from, looking for the date.
Yeah, I confess, due to passage of time,
Yes,
I can say no more than that. but it looks familiar.
23rd of
Yes.
October, I believe,
Yeah.
the figures come from. I did have a
Yes.
quick check through
Yeah.
in that moment. Would you be happy to, because obviously it assists me with the questions that were asked and the context in which they were placed. Would you be happy for me to accept that extract as inquiry document 12?
I think possibly the best thing to do so is to have it as a ready reckoner. I think if it's already been submitted, it's probably best not to admit it again, because just in case there were differences and no one has spotted,
Okay.
that could lead to difficulties later in terms of version control, and you didn't take into account that particular sentence, but it was in one and not the other.
Okay.
So it's probably better, I'd suggest maybe to have it as a useful thing for this discussion, and then
Yes.
give it back on the basis that you've got it already.
I'm
Is that
happy. I'm
okay?
happy to hand it back on that basis. Yeah, no. It was certainly helpful to summarise it to get to where your questions were related to the evidence that you provided. But I think it would probably be helpful if I hand it back now, if that's okay. I'll leave it to one side there if it can just be collected at the break. Thank you, Mr. Green. Anything from you, Mr. Green, before we adjourn for a break? Thank you. Okay, the time is now 10:36. If we return at 10:50, thank you. Okay, it's 10:50, so it's time to resume the inquiry. I'm assuming there's no updates from the break? Nothing, nothing to add? Thank you. We'll move on, Mr. Vet, into the remaining questions that I have. Most of them are focused on your proof of evidence, so if you've got that before you, and it's just picking up some of the things that I've heard during the inquiry as well. So firstly, I heard your responses to the questions in terms of the baseline in terms of the burial ground and the effect of the funeral building, and just having regard to paragraphs 3.7 and 3.80 proof, where you deal with the parking and traffic assessments within the transport statement and the transport addendum. You say it's based on assumptions relating to funeral data being recorded by the Ishmaeli community at the Brookwood Cemetery, and that was between the 1st of September in 2022 and the 31st of August 2023. Just exploring that a little bit deeper, and just given some of the evidence that I've heard with the inquiry, just in terms of the function of the building and what it might mean in terms of who may attend the funerals and who may observe. One of those was that the presence of the funeral building on site with associated facilities would seemingly have the potential, they're my words rather than what have been put to me, to increase the average number of attendees. And the reason why I say that is that there's been a suggestion to me in evidence of improved facilities for women, disabled and older people, which would mean that they'd be able to observe the funeral in a way that maybe a burial ground of itself would not give those same opportunities. So just exploring that context, do you think the based on your evidence, do you consider the parking and traffic assessments incorporate sufficient flexibility for that scenario, including the sensitivity testing that was undertaken?
Yes, absolutely. I think, as we've kind of mentioned earlier on, all the assessments were undertaken for 2 scenarios. Now, I know the typical scenario that we were talking about within the transport statement was based on the number of visitors to Brookwood, which obviously would be slightly higher in this instance. However, the assessments undertaken for the sensitivity test, which is consistent throughout all the documents, obviously looked at the 181, which is the capacity of the building, and provided the same conclusions that both the parking would be acceptable and that the impact on the highway would be acceptable. And therefore, pretty much anything below that, be that 80 to 100, average kind of funeral attendees, which Mr. Jarab had kind of said in his evidence, it's not, it's still well below the 181. So our conclusions would not change. The impacts on the highway and on parking would still be acceptable.
Thank you. Understandably, that's a theoretical scenario, but I just wanted to explore it because I understand the planning argument that you presented in terms of the burial ground in practice. There could be something similar, but obviously there was a bit more nuance that I'd heard in terms of the evidence that you were maybe not privy to those previous discussions. So that's helpful to me. Just staying with the transport statement and the transport assessment. I'd just be grateful if you could explain how the management arrangements set out in, I think it's CD 122, so I think that's the transport statement, for marshals to be used in the event of an overlap of funeral services with the church would prevent unacceptable impacts on highway safety. In particular, I think it would be helpful just to address the circumstances where parking demand within the site and on-street parking on Old Hale Road may be higher than assessed for the proposal subject of the council decision. So that's the one that included the space subject to the church. It's very similar to an interested parties question in terms of the effect of the church car parking, but what I want to understand is the mechanics of how that'll work now. For example, where you've got two funerals. So say you've got a funeral occurring at the church at the same time. I understand there are some management arrangements suggested. So you can just run me through those and how you think that why those are needed and how it'll operate and in what circumstances.
Just to be clear, are you talking about a funeral at Iman Gardens, or because you said funeral with the church?
Sorry, yeah, funeral
Yeah.
at Manny Gardens. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
As at the same time as a funeral in the building proposed.
Mhm.
Just that scenario where there's two they're taking place either at the same time or there's no overlap between those ceremonies. How do you think those management arrangements will work? How are they necessary? Where are they necessary? And basically, what would they mitigate in those terms?
So I guess the first thing is, I suppose, under normal a normal kind of situation where we've got an average size funeral, we don't actually really expect that the traffic marshals would be needed. However, obviously they would always be available. The key reason why the kind of, let's call them traffic and parking marshals would be there would really be to manage primarily kind of the car parking, and the car parking being because the layout of the car park is actually an informal layout. So obviously the key reason for people being there is that they could direct people to park in a way that we could maximize the number of parking spaces, obviously within the car park. So those would be volunteers within the community, and they obviously will get kind of training in advance to help them know how they should be obviously managing, the car parking spaces. So I guess the key thing would be, I expect, obviously the travel plan still needs to be prepared. So some of this will still need to be set out and agreed with the local authority, but I would expect that they would arrive, in advance of the funeral happening so that, vehicles starting to arrive can be, managed in advance of the vast majority of the people starting to arrive at the car park. So obviously it would be directing people to, to the parking, and then obviously directing them, as required, to the building. I think over time, obviously, all the community will start becoming a lot more familiar with the layout. So really that's the key thing. But I think in advance of that, the actual people arriving on the site, the trust is already speaking to both the church and to representatives of Iman Gardens, so that they will already in advance know when there would potentially be events on the same day. Now, obviously, where possible, it would, we'll try and manage it so that they don't necessarily have, funerals at the same time, but that won't always be possible. Sometimes they will occur. But then everybody will know that in advance. So we'll also know that the marshals definitely need to be in place in order to manage that process. So I think that's the first thing. So initially it's the coordination with, everybody basically on site, then putting the management document in place that allows, people to be there to be able to manage the process as required. Obviously, from a traffic perspective, if you're going to have a larger funeral, you really, the key thing is really managing the exiting movements. So kind of trying to stagger some of those movements where possible, just so that there's a slower release of traffic onto the network, which obviously will just kind of ease things. Now, in terms of the church, I mean, to be honest, I think the principle remains the same kind of with both, except for obviously the church will be responsible for, managing the car park in their own right. I guess that would be something that would need to be discussed and agreed as part of, the traffic management and under the travel plan really, is how that kind of coordination happens with the church. Does that kind of clarify it, or do you need some additional information on that?
No, I think that's what I needed. Thank you on that particular question. Then just moving on to paragraph 3.9 of your proof. So this is just a point of clarification just on collision data in the 3-year period assessed of 2018 to 2021. I noticed in CD 122 that there was a single vehicle accident recorded in there as occurring in 2019. Am I correct in saying that was associated with a left-hand bend close to the roundabout, sort of Six Bells roundabout, rather than site access? And I think, as far as I'm aware, I think it occurred in the evening period of darkness as well.
Yeah, I'd have to remind myself, but there were no accidents at the site access. So it would have been the Six Bells roundabout. I would need to remind myself of that exact collision.
That's fine. It was obviously I was just making sure in your proof of evidence that you were specifically referring to the site access, because obviously there was broader data that did show that single accident, but just to make sure what the proof was directed at, it was just a point of clarification, really. So that's absolutely fine. Thank you. And then just turning to paragraph 5.8 of your proof, where you deal with whether there would be an increase in traffic arising from the use of the building when compared with the extant permission again. I think you've probably covered that question. Actually, you've probably covered it in your previous answer, so I'll set that question that I had aside. So moving on to paragraph 5.23, where you deal with the traffic impacts in the context of the redistribution of church traffic as part of the proposed amendment submitted to the appeal. To assist my understanding, I'm just thinking of a scenario where a funeral is taking place at the church and its mourners arrive before those attending a large Ishmaeli funeral, and potentially before any management arrangements via marshalling are put in place. Are you satisfied that there'll be a ways and means? For example, someone at a funeral at the church or Imani Gardens is already occupying the car park. Are you content that there'd be sufficient capacity in those circumstances for all, including large funerals?
I would say yes. I guess the only potential exception to that would be as if it was, an extremely large one. Ideally, we'd rather have that management running a bit earlier on, but under normal circumstances, there should be plenty of spare capacity. But I think that it's exactly why we want that coordination to be happening between the church and Imani Gardens, so that we're always aware when multiple events will happen, so we can manage that process.
So can that coordination be is that likely to come forward as like an element of the travel plan and the management arrangements?
Yeah.
So it'll be a matter really for the council to approve, assuming based on suggested condition.
Yeah.
In those circumstances, it'd be for the council to approve those details and to be satisfied with them in terms of that coordination between the three potential uses that might take place at that particular point in time.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. You'd be happy to know, just final question, just relating to the dispute between the appellant and the council with respect to, I think it was suggested condition 15 in appendix statement of common ground. I've not updated it for the revised one, but we can get the gist of it. In that respect, it would just assist my forthcoming discussions in the roundtable sessions programme for Thursday. If you could just explain your view in terms of the proposed arrangements for disabled visitors and whether they will be suitable if the 2 disabled car parking spaces for visitors to the development, as requested by the council, were not to be provided.
Yeah. So the proposal that we put forward in the transport statement was that all people essentially park in the car park. There would be buggies available, which obviously, so, you know, within the context of the funeral ground, there would be buggies that would be available to take, you know, anybody that's obviously less able to walk around within the burial ground itself to the actual graveside. And obviously this is a community facility. It's very well managed within the community. And therefore, the thought was that vehicles remain within the car park, and the person that requires any assistance, well, because obviously, okay, sometimes they might be driving and other times they will be being dropped off. So if anyone's being dropped off, they will be dropped off, you know, at the building itself, and then go and park in the car park and walk up to the building. Obviously, if it was somebody that required assistance, they can phone in advance, tell someone I'm at the car park, and they could get picked up and then obviously dropped off. So because of the nature of the facility, and it's such an arranged, you know, event, it's not people arriving randomly as you would have in a retail, you know, centre or anything. These are arranged events which are only going to happen, you know, 2, maybe 3 times a week, depending on obviously deaths within the community at the time. We believe that it's something that can be managed, and therefore we don't believe that dedicated disabled parking in front of the building is required.
Thank you. Just a quick follow-up on that. So just to get my understanding clear, the arrangements are, for example, if someone arrives in good time, they're capable, and assuming the body's already been transported to the building at that particular point in time, and the access to the building's free, that someone would be capable of being driven in to be allowed to exit into the building.
Yes, directly.
There's a turning circle.
Yes,
to then come back out. But in the event that the timing wasn't okay to do a drop off for whatever reason, the alternatives will be the arranged assistance with buggies. Did you say?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there will already be buggies on site. Think about it like a golf cart.
Yes. I had that kind of arrangement in mind. Obviously, obviously the full details will be, I'm assuming, addressed as part of a condition if the appeal were to be allowed. So, but it's helpful to have a picture in my mind of what that might look like. Yes, thank you. I have no further questions. Mr. Banner,
Yes,
re-examination.
Just a couple of points. We had a discussion both with some of the local residents and councillors with respect to about comparison with the baseline position. When you're considering the impacts of the development on the highway network, is the comparison with the baseline position, to the extent relevant, are you looking at whether comparison in the number of people attending or the number of vehicle movements from a highways perspective, which is the relative factor?
We're looking at the number of vehicle movements.
And so if the number of attendees were to increase, but the number of cars were not to increase, would that in any way have any consequence for the highways?
No, give you the same result.
Could you then turn up, you asked about your proof in discussion with the inspector. It was page 11, 5.8 and 5.9. And just in terms of how you've applied the baseline, at 5.8 you refer to the baseline, and 5.9 you say, notwithstanding the above, the assessments within the transport statement, transport end considered all traffic to the appeal site as new trips. So just let's be clear, if there was no baseline here at all, let's assume that the planning permission didn't exist, would that actually affect your overall conclusions that the effects of this proposal, even against a zero baseline, would be not severe?
Though that is exactly essentially what we have assessed. So I guess that was why I was trying to make the statement in terms of planning terms and what the actual situation is, and then what we've done from an assessment perspective in this case, where we have considered the worst case of all traffic being new. So you're absolutely right, even, which we did assess. If we
So-
assumed no funerals were allowed to take place,
Yeah,
and we then made the assessments, our conclusions would be the same.
understood. Then on the 181 figure, at the end of your evidence in chief, you said that you had confidence that the proposed development would be in accordance with policy, both, both not unacceptably safe, not unacceptably unsafe, and not severe. You had confidence in that by a considerable margin. So let's just say it wasn't 181 people. Let's say there happened to be a funeral where, for the sake of argument, it was 200 people. Would that still be acceptable in Highways terms from your perspective?
It would be acceptable. And I suppose the key thing that I wanted to, that possibly is just worth mentioning. I'm just going to grab my notes here. So when we look at the highway assessments, the junction assessments that were undertaken for the worst case scenario, which is the 181, and that was on the Saturday peak, which again is kind of the worst case scenario for this development. Where is it? Traffic. Right. So under that scenario, the site access junction is running at 40% of its capacity, which means that it has plenty of spare capacity. Now, I guess just for everybody's, just for clarity, when we look at junction modeling, essentially a junction that is running below 85% of its capacity is considered to be running, within its operating kind of practical capacity. If it's running between 85 and 100, it's starting to approach its capacity, and obviously at 100, it's at capacity. Again, under the worst case scenario, the maximum size funeral, and the worst case on Saturday, the 6 Bells roundabout is running at 72% of its capacity, which is well below the 85 and therefore well within capacity. Therefore, you would have to increase the traffic by quite considerable margin before you're really going to get it anywhere near that. So it could be well in excess of the 200, but obviously that's not what the building's been designed for. So we don't expect anything larger than that.
A last question you were asked. Bear with me. To try and make sure I don't get the wrong name. You were asked by somebody. Forgive me. I won't have an attempt to get it wrong. You were asked by somebody about the distribution of leaving the site left versus right and signage, etc. Does it matter in your judgment in terms of the precise trip distribution between left or right, leaving the site? Would that have any likely impact in your judgment on either whether there would be an unacceptable safety impact or whether the impact on the highways network would be severe?
Fundamentally, it's not going to make a massive difference just because of the low levels of traffic. Obviously, you might get a couple of vehicles either coming to or from the north. The worst case movement actually in this scenario is all the traffic exiting and turning right and going towards the 6 Bells roundabout, which was what we have assessed, because of the fact that the traffic has to cross over both the northbound and, then kind of, cross into the southbound traffic. So from a highways modeling perspective, that is the worst case to assess. So we really have assessed the worst case scenario, in that location, because of the way we have distributed the traffic.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Vett. Just in case there's any follow-up questions. Otherwise, I think that's it.
No final questions from me. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Vett.
Thank you.
I'll just give you a moment. Mr. Banner, in terms of your next witness and Mr. Green, just looking at timings, where we are now, it's just after, well, no, just approaching quarter past 11. I think in the programme we have Mr. Steele, evidence in chief, he said approximately an hour.
It'll be less than that. So I think it will be, I have a note of what Mr. Steele would like to say in chief, so I can have a sense, and my guesstimate would be between 20 and 30 minutes, probably, give or take.
Okay. Just looking at it, obviously, then we've got cross-examination and questions. It appears unlikely that we'd get through examination in chief, the cross-examination, and then re-examination before lunch. So my suggestion would be that we maybe take the evidence in chief first,
Yes.
and then maybe take a break for lunch and return to cross-examination after lunch. So maybe an earlier
Yes.
lunch than we would ordinarily take, but I'm conscious of breaking the cross-examination and that being causing difficulties potentially.
I'm very happy either way. Maybe that once we get to the end of the evidence in chief, Mr. Green perhaps can take a view as to whether you think we can get through cross-examination before lunch or not, and we'll take a view then. But I don't mind either way. I don't think Mr. Steele minds either way.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm happy with that course, sir.
Yeah. Well, we'll take a check when we get to the end of evidence in chief then, and then I'll take Mr. Green's view on time constraints at that particular point in terms of the location of when lunch will be. It may result in Mr. Steele, in that if we do proceed with cross-examination, having to have a less comfortable lunch than ordinarily would have. But
that's all fine. The only downside is had such a big breakfast. The prospect of lunch anytime soon is terrifying. But that's the least of anyone's considerations.
Okay, in that case, if you can call your next witness, Mr. Banham.
You could go and get set up. Just have a couple of minutes informally, just for Mr. Steele to get set up. Oh, yeah, sorry. Okay. We've got Mr. Steele's details on page 1, section 1 of the proof. Just while you're finishing getting set up, I'll introduce you. You're Robert Steele, and you are a chartered town planner and a director at Savills, based in the Guildford office, where you provide town planning consultancy advice to a wide range of clients. You've worked for Savills for over 10 years now, since 2014. Before that, you were in the public sector at Basingstoke and Dean Borough Council and Woking Borough Council, with around 16 years' experience of planning practice in both those sectors, dealing mainly with development proposals in this part of the world and southeast of England. You've been advising the Smiley Trust since 2021 in relation to the appeal proposal. You're familiar with the surrounding area, etc. And is all of that information correct?
Yes, it is. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Steele. In which case, as with the other witness, we'll take the proof as read. I've got some supplementary questions, really from your perspective at the end of the inquiry, trying to sort of pull the threads together, Mr. Steele. So the first question is, having considered the evidence in writing and orally, what's your judgment as to the main development plan, the key development plan policy or policies for consideration in this case? And is there anything you want to say as a matter of approach before we then look at the particular subject matters in question?
Yes, I'll just draw attention back to the reason for refusal. which states the proposed building, due to its size and scale, together with its ancillary infrastructure, would affect the openness of the site, thereby impacting the character of the area. On that basis, I consider the main development plan policies for consideration are policy RE1, countryside beyond the green belt, and RE3, landscape character of the local plan part 1. Both these policies are not zero development or zero change policies, and so do not preclude development so long as the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside is recognised and safeguarded, and where it respects and where appropriate enhances the distinctive character of the landscape. Just recalling week 1, in Mr. Collick's evidence, it was confirmed that the council's case focused on the impact to landscape character rather than visual effects, and that the reason for refusal does not allege the appeal proposal undermines the quality of value to the relevant landscape character as set out in the Farnham landscape character assessment. So on that basis, it is my opinion that the appeal proposal complies with these important policies, and likewise, I consider they comply with the Farnham Neighbourhood Plan policies FNP1 and FN10, which require similar outcomes.
And then just dealing with landscape character in a bit more detail. Again, obviously you're not a landscape expert, but as the planner seeking to pull together the evidence that you've heard and put it into the context of policy, what do you see as, what do you advise the inspector are the key elements of the evidence base to inform his judgments on landscape character?
In terms of landscape character, we've heard from both the councils and appellant's witness that the Farnham landscape character assessment describes the value of FCA 6 cemetery fields as deriving from being a peaceful and attractive rural landscape and one which is small scale and enclosed. The appeal proposal is directly related and associated with the extant use of the land for burials, and together with the high quality and respectful design and landscaping means it is compatible and consistent with how the value of the landscape has been described. We've also heard from both the appellants and council's witnesses that they agree that views of the building and ancillary infrastructure would be limited, and that the majority of the landscape changes would be localised and experienced mainly by mourners or visitors of the site, rather than from wider views within the landscape character area or further afield. We also heard a lot from Miss Ritson about how she followed an established methodology, and I rely on her conclusions on the landscape and visual effects, which are discussed in her proof of evidence. She concluded that there would be no landscape character impact on the Surrey Hills National Landscape, a minor positive effect on the AGLV as the landscape matures, a moderate minor neutral effect on to the characters areas, that's LCA 6 and Cemetery Fields, and LCA 5 Farnham Park, moving to positive effects as the proposed landscaping matures. And I'm quoting or paraphrasing her proof of evidence, paragraph 7.4, sorry, 7.4.6 to 7.4.8 in her proof. Her assessment of the magnitude of the landscape change concluded there were slight and negligible impacts on the, her assessment of the magnitude of the landscape changes concluded they were slight or negligible in the long term. And her overarching conclusion is that there would be no significant residual adverse landscape and visual effects as a result of the appeal proposal. And again, that's paragraph 7.4.12 of her proof of evidence. So with that evidence in mind and what we've heard at the inquiry, you know, I acknowledge the appeal development will result in landscape changes. And Ms Ritson does refer to at least some degree of harm arising from new built form introduced to a greenfield site. However, the evidence points to this harm being limited, and there would be no significant adverse effect on the wider landscape character. of the AGLV or the area of high landscape and visual sensitivity, with the proposed woodland landscaping scheme enhancing character as it matures. So in my view, this limited harm or limited change is mitigated by several factors. Firstly, the high quality nature of the proposed building and associated infrastructure, as described by Neil McLaughlin in his evidence. Secondly, the use of the buildings for funerals is directly associated to the extant use of the majority of the land for burials, and also the namesake of the Couch area cemetery fields. And finally, the proposed landscaping scheme, through its maturing, will enhance the landscape character as reported by Ms Ritson in her evidence. So for these reasons, I consider the development plan policies to be complied with.
Thank you. Then design stroke architecture. What are the key elements of the evidence that you've heard, having regard to particularly Mr McLaughlin's evidence, that again, if you were the decision maker writing up a decision that you would draw attention to?
So in respect to the design, we heard in week one from Neil McLaughlin about how he approached designing the building to ensure it was appropriate to and respectful to the character of the site and its setting. He also talked a lot, and within his documents, about how it would fulfill or achieve fulfilling functional roles in both a practical and spiritual sense. He explained how he used his professional judgment to carefully determine the appropriate site and size of each of the rooms and each of the spaces involved in the funeral process. He discussed the proposed thatch roof, which was raised by Mr. Collett, as well as the other natural materials which would weather and complement the landscape as it matures. So if you refer to paragraphs 5.5 of my proof of evidence, that's PID 1.5, I explain, how I've come to the opinion I have done, and what I've heard from week one through the evidence given, it just reaffirms my opinion set out in my proof of evidence, which explains why the building has been designed as such and why it responds successfully to the landscape setting and character in accordance with relevant policy. So I'll just turn to 5.5 of my POV.
Page 16 for those who have the hard copy.
So at 5.5, I start by citing the council statement of case, which is CD Ref 6.6. And this states that whilst the council does not contend the building is necessary of poor design in of itself in the right setting, it is not contextually sympathetic here and results in a building with a much greater scale and bulk than that's been shown to be necessary. However, based on the evidence set out from the DAS, the design proof of evidence, and the amount of work that has been done in terms of a contextual analysis and a design process, and then bearing in mind the requirements of paragraph 131 of the MPPF, which, so it is still paragraph 131. That states the creation of a high quality, beautiful and sustainable buildings and places is fundamental to what planning and the development process should achieve. Good design is a key aspect of sustainable development, creates better places in which to live and work, and helps make development acceptable. Helps make development acceptable to communities. Being clear about design expectations and how these will be tested is essential for achieving this. So too is effective engagement between applicants, communities, local planners, authorities, and other interests throughout the process. And I think, sir, I'm sure you reviewed the DAS, the design proof of evidence, or the proof of evidence for Mr. Neil McLaughlin, that clearly that has been set out comprehensively, and for these reasons, I consider the development to accord with the relevant development planning policies in that respect.
What about highways? We just heard obviously from Mr. Vet. What's your planning judgment as to whether there's any tenable basis for refusing planning permission on highways grounds? Obviously, we'll deal with conditions at a later point of the inquiry, but.
So Mel Devet set out her work undertaken to date, which demonstrates robustly that the proposed development would include appropriate parking permission and would not have an impact on the highway network. Despite much of the site benefiting from a burial use without limitation on attendees or vehicle movements, highways evidence was presented and considered thoroughly by Surrey County Council, the highest authority, who are not alleging the appealed development lacks parking provision or results in adverse highway impact. So on this basis, I'm on the view that it complies with the relevant policies in that respect.
Turning then to benefits, if there's accordance with the development plan, then that seems to be the end of the matter. But if there were, contrary to our case, to be non-accordance with the development plan as a whole, considering whether there's other material considerations that justify the grant of permission anyway, what do you consider were the key considerations in that context?
So I'll provide you with a numbered list in respect to what I consider the benefits of the scheme, notwithstanding my opinion that the appeal proposal complies with the development plan. So number one is the need for the proposed building by the Ismaili community, which I consider should be given substantial weight in favour of the appeal. You've heard it in the inquiry from a number of supporters from the community, as well as the appellant, explaining the purpose of the proposal and what it would mean for them in various respects. This includes the distinctive rituals and processes involved when a member of the Ismaili community dies, and the associated benefits the proposed development would deliver in this regard. For example, this would include resolving the existing situation for volunteers and mourners having to travel to multiple facilities and locations for funeral process, which is unsatisfactory and does not meet their needs, and promoting belonging and cohesion and being inclusive for women, elderly, those with special needs, and non-Ismaili family members. Further weight should also be provided on this basis in respect of the Equalities Act, and submissions were made at CD Refs 6.5 relating to the case that the Ismaili community does not have the equality of opportunity in relation to funeral facilities compared to people who do not practice their religion.
Just before we go to item 2 on your list, just for the avoidance of doubt, is it your planning judgment that the need case has to be made out for us to get permission? It's a must-have, or is it something which adds weight to a case which is already justified and a nice to have? Which of those two is it, a must-have or a nice to have?
It is in that respect, if you want to put it that way, a nice to have. It's always been cited in my POV and evidence as being a benefit to the scheme rather than a necessity in policy terms.
Thank you. So what's item 2 on your list of material considerations?
So the second item is the exceptional design quality of the proposed development. The evidence provided by Neil McLaughlin confirms how the design of the building has been underpinned by his expertise and is reflective of his portfolio of award-winning and commended buildings, which have commonly been permitted on the basis of successful design responses in their context and delivering the requirements for his clients. Paragraph 139 of the NPPF states that significant weight should be given to development which reflects local design policies and government guidance and or is of outstanding design. I can consider that this has been demonstrated on all counts and therefore consider significant weight should be given in favour of the appeal in this respect.
That's item number 2. What's the next item on your list?
So, and then to carry on the list of benefits, then the third one is the church car parking. So if retained in the proposal, and so with all respect, that's a decision for you to take, get based on where we are, then I give that moderate weight in favour of the appeal. This is because clearly it would assist the church in their parking requirements, but as it would not be directly required to mitigate the proposed development, I do not consider it can be secured by planning condition in accordance with paragraph 56 of the MPPF. And you'll note from the planning committee report and for the suggested conditions, it hasn't been included as such for that reason. I note in Mr. Collick's proof of evidence, paragraph 3.4, he recognises also that the removal of the church car park would be an improvement in terms of impact in landscape character. And that's on the basis why why the appellant made the change at the appeal.
And just pausing there, let's assume the inspector disagrees and thinks that there is a sufficient nexus or connection between the proposed development and the upgrading of the church car parking provision, and he thinks that might make the difference between allowing the appeal and dismissing the appeal. It's necessary to make the development acceptable. Is it open to him to grant permission for the scheme, the original version of the scheme, as opposed to the amended version of the scheme? Is the choice his to make?
It is yours indeed to make, sir, on that basis.
Okay, so that's item 3, the church car parking. What's item 4 on your list of material consideration?
So number 4 is safeguarding against coalescence. So the proposal, including the landscaping scheme and the biodiversity enhancements, they all will need to be maintained for the long term in association with the use of the site. So this will in effect enhance the character of the OGLV in which the site sits and maintain that green wedge to a high standard as described in the Farnham landscape character assessment. So I give that moderate weight in favour of the appeal. The 5th benefit that I think can be applied, or I am the opinion it can be applied, is biodiversity net gain. So the supporting documents illustrates that the Peel development will generate a significant uplift in BNG on the site. This, together with the associated management, the new enhanced habitats that will be created, should be given substantial weight in favour. The council witness has implied that the BNG calculations are overstated and should instead be or have regard to the landscaping scheme of the extant planning permission. But I don't consider this as a reasonable position, given that BNG is calculated using the existing baseline condition on site. And, we have to remember no woodland planting has been undertaken for over 14 years from the date of the extant planning permission. And lastly, carbon offsetting is a benefit that should be applied. So that will come from the proposed sustainable design features, such as the thatch and natural materials that Neil McLaughlin have explained, and also the proposed woodland planting, and all have a positive impact in respect of locking carbon away from the atmosphere. But as set out in my PO proof of evidence, I fully acknowledge that we haven't provided any expert evidence in terms of quantifying this. So again, I just give that moderate weight in favour of the appeal proposals.
Thank you. Then turning to some other matters before we conclude. An issue has arisen in relation to policy ISC1 of LPP1. Should we get that up first of all?
Just bear with me a minute.
Slightly slower than usual because I'm travelling light after my box issues before Christmas. So it's
Just for
CD7
clarification, is it ICS one?
I think, yeah,
is,
is it ICS? Sorry, forgive me. Yes.
It might just,
You
it's
absolutely-
probably
I
just a
think yes.
typo.
Yeah, you're
ICS
absolutely
one, so
right.
Page 62.
Infrastructure and community facility. So it's CD 71. I think, did you say page 62?
CD 7.1,
Thank you.
page 62.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm
Thank you,
having
Mr. Green.
a bit of a technical. You continue. I'll catch up, Mr. Steele. But if you've got that,
Yes.
could you take us to the page that or the particular part of the supporting text that you say you rely upon? Give me.
So it's 8 point, so it's the supporting text 8.13. Sorry, don't know what I'm saying. 8.3, which sets out for the purposes of this document, infrastructure comprises various items. And within that, it refers to various types of buildings and uses, including cemeteries, but also places of worship. So, you know, I'm of the view that the proposed development is clearly ancillary to the extant cemetery use, but also, you know, places of worship is included within the description as well, and that could be extended to the appeal proposal too. I also note that, you know, that the conflict with policy ICS1, you know, did not form the basis of the reason for refusal either. So on that basis, the appeal development is infrastructure for the purposes of policy.
Just to see how that plays out, could we take up the Farnham neighbourhood plan at which is CD 7.4 and go to FNP 10, which is on PDF page 23, hard copy page 24. Sorry, 44.
Yes.
And here, everything apart from lim A of FNP 10 relates to effect on either countryside, AONB, landscape, etc. And it's agreed with Mr. Collette, the council, that has a similar or same area of sphere of tolerance for some impact, some degree of impact, not zero harm, not zero change, as the other policies we looked at. But A also says that the use essentially has to be in accordance with FNP 16, FNP 17, FNP 20, or other relevant planning policies applying to the area. Now, we know it's been confirmed by the council in cross-examination. They don't take a point that even if we're within the sphere of tolerance of impacts with the wrong use, that's clear. It's no part of the reasons for refusal, Mr. Collette's evidence. But for the avoidance of doubt, if the appeal scheme is in accordance with ISC 1, what does that mean for the judgment as to whether it is in accordance with other relevant planning policies applying to the area?
Yeah, so then FNP 10A is complied with.
Thank you. Then the last substantive point before coming to overall conclusion, the inspector asked for a little bit more help on how the appeal scheme would interact, if permission is granted, with the extant planning permission, how the two would relate to each other. It's not part of the council's case that there's any sort of issue in that respect, but just to understand, help the inspector understand how the two would relate. Is there anything you want to say by that? And it maybe take that slowly as it's a point that's arisen during the inquiry, so that we can take a note.
Thank you. Yes. So you implied in week one that you'd like to have some further discussion or understanding in terms of how the appeal proposal would interact with the extant planning permission. So yeah, I'll take this slowly, and I have produced a written note on this subject, but you may consider it not being necessary. So we'll go from my oral evidence and see how we get on. So the majority of the appeal site benefits from planning permission for burials under WA 2010 2010/0166. That's CD-REF 9.1. And that was approved in May 2010, so over 14 years ago. All pre-commencement conditions were discharged, and the required items implemented in accordance with the details / requirements of the planning permission, such as paths and buffer planting, which you've seen on site. This is all set out in an implementation note that we provided to the council as part of the planning process, and that's CD-REF 1.2. So, and also the planning permission was confirmed as extant within section 9 of the officers' committee report too. The land ownership of Farnham Cemetery Limited / the appellant is shown on the location plan, which is CD-REF 1.1. And the approved master plan for the extant planning permission is at CD-REF 9.9. And that plan includes cemetery areas and a larger woodland burial area. Just to confirm, sir, do you understand that explanation? You're familiar with that plan? So in terms of the extant planning permission, I consider the following compliance conditions relevant to the operation of that consent. So the first one is condition 8, which has limitations on gravestones and monuments. Condition 9, which refers to burial depth, and condition 11, which refers to digging hours. And
sorry, can I get you to start again and slower so I can get it down, please?
Apologies, yeah. So condition 8, which has limitations on gravestones and monuments. Condition 9, which refers to the depth of burials. Condition 11, which refers to digging hours. And then condition 12, which requires no visiting hours outside, no visiting outside of daylight hours. So in terms of the existing operation of the planning permission on site at the moment, they're the compliance conditions that the users have to comply to. The appeal proposal does not include land relating to the cemeteries managed by Imam Gardens, which is a separate entity. And so the proposal would not impact the appearance or operation of that area and their ability to comply with those relevant planning conditions of the planning permission. The appeal proposal relates to the part of the land which was identified for woodland burials by the planning permission. If the appeal proposal is approved and implemented, it would result in the following main changes to the area in comparison to the extant planning master plan. And this, by the way, excludes the proposed building and access way, which are obvious changes. So it will result in the removal of the path constructed under WA/2010/0166, which is the planning permission. A change in the approved soft landscaping, i.e. the woodland planting placement and the timing of planting, etc., and the erection of deer fencing. As such, the approved detail would in effect supersede the information previously agreed by condition or otherwise in respect to the relevant parts of the site relating to the extant planning permission. So in the event the appeal is allowed, the two planning permissions would operate alongside one another and are compatible in this respect. The compliance conditions can continue to be adhered to by the existing operations of the operators of the planning permission. And the appellant in implementing the appeal proposal could also comply with those conditions too. It may be appropriate for the conditions to be replicated or adjusted on the new planning permission if the appeal is allowed, and in the event you consider that's necessary to do so. So in summary, the appeal proposal does not include development which would impede the wider planning permission operating in accordance with the relevant compliance conditions. If allowed, the new planning permission would operate alongside the extant planning permission of the wider site in this respect. And the appeal proposal is compatible with the compliance conditions of the planning permission. Whilst I do not consider it necessary to do so, these could be replicated or adapted and attached to the appeal proposal in the event the appeal is allowed. So that's, excuse me, so that's my explanation of how the two, the appeal proposal and the extant permission would relate in practice, if allowed.
So pulling everything together there, Mr. Steele, in a nutshell, is the appeal scheme in accordance with the development plan? And even if it's not, should permission be allowed on the basis of other material considerations?
Yes, so it's my view that the appeal proposal is in compliance with the development plan policies and so should be allowed on that basis. But if there is found to be non-compliance with the policies, then I've set out what I feel are clear benefits of the proposal that, with respect, you should give them weight in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's the evidence in chief. Now it's really Mr. Green to tell us what he wants, what might be a brunch break rather than a lunch break, or not. I say I truly don't mind either way.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Do you think there's enough time? I'd be hoping to break for lunch at 1 o'clock.
Yes.
At the latest. So if you think there's enough time till 1 o'clock, I'm happy to proceed. What it may just mean is that after cross-examination, the witness is held, and then we do interested parties' questions and my own questions after the lunch break.
So yes, I think there's time.
Okay, Mr. Green, then happy to proceed. Do you want to make yourself comfortable, Mr. Steele? Just give you a moment and just let Mr. Green know when you're happy to proceed.
I am ready. Thank you.
Excellent. Well, good morning, Mr. Steele. I'm going to refer to a few documents in addition to your proof of evidence. I'm going to refer, because it contains some helpful images, to the design proof of evidence of Mr. McLaughlin. I'm going to refer to the 2010 decision notice. And I may refer to the landscape management plan. Do you have access to those documents?
Yes, I have some of those in paper and I can access them on the...
Absolutely fine. Fine. And I'm going to start by making clear that I'm going to try to avoid as far as possible covering ground that's already been covered by other witnesses of this inquiry. And I appreciate that your evidence is essentially bringing together theirs and then giving your own, if you like, planning judgment based on their evidence. So starting with the 2010 planning permission, and that's core document 9.1. And this is something you've touched on in evidence or already towards the end of your evidence. That contains a number of conditions, the first of which is to require submission of and approval of a planting scheme, and then the carrying out of planting in accordance with that scheme over a period of 5 years. Do you see that? And then subsequent conditions, condition 2, requires a landscape management plan and that the landscape management plan be carried out as approved. And we have those documents, the management plan including the planting scheme and so on, in the core documents. And in the design proof of evidence, and it's just a helpful document because it includes a number of the plans I'm going to refer to, we have the approved landscaping scheme at page 33.
It's not page 33 is written or of the PDF, just,
It's page 33 as written, sir, the internal page 33.
thank you.
I mean, I say this is the approved one. There have been a number of, or there were a number of iterations of the approved landscaping scheme for the 2010 development. And they're all, I think, included in the core documents. This is as good as any, just to provide a sort of overview. And one can see the appeal site is outlined in red. How much of that planting and so on has been carried out within the appeal site?
Just for the benefit of the inspector, the red line on the document you referred to as being shifted, and we did supply a amendment to that, which is on the file. In terms of what's happened on site, in terms of the landscaping and soft landscaping, I am only aware that it was the footpath that had been implemented on the site back some time ago, as set out in our implementation note. So I'm not aware that any landscaping has been provided for on site, particularly in terms of the woodland site, because the requirements of the landscape management plan is that the woodland planting only occurs when someone is buried, and no one's been buried on the site as yet.
You'll appreciate, Mr. Steele, that the woodland planting is only one aspect of the landscape, the approved landscape details for the 2010 permission. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it's just one element. On the page I'm looking at, though, which you
Yes.
referred me to, all I can really see is the woodland planting on that plan. But I think there's a more detailed one in the documents.
Yes, I was hoping to avoid having to go to them because, well, there are a number of them, but perhaps we ought to go to at least one of them. If we go to core document 9.8.
Could we go to 9.9? I've got that as a printout, but I can go to 9.
We can go to 9.9 if that's easier for you.
Yes, please.
I'll just have to make sure I've got that. Can you, in that document, get to the approved landscape master plan? Or proposed master plan?
That 22814C.
That's the one?
Yeah. Okay, I've got this. That is actually the one I've got in front of me. That's fine.
And one can see that there are a number of elements there, including wildflower meadows,
Yeah.
and other areas of planting.
Mm-hmm.
And again, my question is, what of the approved landscape details shown there, what of that has been planted, if anything?
To be honest with you, sir, I can't for on site at the moment. Clearly, there could be some wildflowers there or not, but my client, the appellant, was not in control of the site at the time of the extant planning permission. And so I can't say for certain what was done in accordance with the landscape management plan at the time of implementation. What I do know from the records that we've supplied in our implementation note during the course of the application was that there was aerial photos which showed the path had been implemented.
Yes, Mr. Steele, just to put your mind at rest, I'm not going to suggest that the permission in 2010 has not been implemented. That's not the focus of my inquiry. I simply want to know what, if any, landscaping has been carried out in accordance with the details approved under the 2010 permission.
Well, as I said, I can't say for certain, but I would say that what's on site now is not reflective of this master plan.
Okay. And can we agree that that is in conflict with or in breach with condition 1 of the 2010 permission? By all means, do get the permission now.
Yeah, I'll get the permission. So condition 1 of the planning permission has got a lot of elements to it. So it may be worth we go for each of those, if you wouldn't mind. Because the first element of it is planting scheme shall be provided for random unregimented planting arrangements. It should include the timescale for planting, which shall provide for the planting of the proposed buffer zone along the northern boundary and within the first planting season following the commencement of the development. So the northern buffer planting has been done, so that's a tick, and that's on site now. The remainder of the planting shall be spaced over a 5-year period in accordance with the phasing plan. So this is where I think and whether this is relevant to the appeal process or not, Inspector, I'll let you decide, but this is where planning conditions and what's been approved by the planning conditions, there could be a bit of conflict, because the landscape management plan, from my understanding, is that the planting which referred to here is directly related to the graves, and that no one's been buried as yet. So on that basis, I'll let you ask me a further question. That's my understanding.
Thank you, Mr. Hale. Just to clarify, I'll see how Mr. Green's question plays out on this particular point, rather than coming to review whether it's relevant or not at this particular point in time.
Thank you, sir. If you can go then to the landscape management plan, it's perfectly fair that you look at it. So if you can find it in CD 9.9, if that's convenient, or elsewhere. Yes, I don't think they change actually very much, but whichever one you prefer. Good. And one can see in section 2, the management plan is divided into a number of areas of interest. There's the woodland burial ground to begin with, and then there are other areas that follow. Buffer strip planting is 2.4, for example. New and informal hedges, 2.5. Pylon base, that's an area, 2.6. Car park, 2.7, and so on. And one can see for each of these areas, planting or planting schedules or timetables is provided 0 to 5 years and beyond that. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Yes, okay. So the approved details require different areas to be planted in different ways over a period of 5 years and then maintained. Is that a fair summary?
I'd have to say I don't know this document, verbatim. What I know is that the it does say in there that in respect to the woodland burial planting,
Yes.
the woodland, that is tied to the graves. Now, there may be other planting that's required as part of that extant consent, which could have or should have been implemented or what have you, but I can't comment on that because it's not something I've been directly involved in in those terms.
Okay, well, Mr. Steele, I don't want to be unfair to you. The inspector has the document and he can see for himself what it says. It sounds as though you can't really assist on what planting has or has not been carried out on site beyond what we can already see for ourselves.
Correct. I think what you need to appreciate why this document is from 2010, so it's over 14 years old. There's been various owners, various applications between that period, and so this document needs to be looked on in that context.
Okay. If this appeal is dismissed, permission is not granted for the building, is it the appellant's intention to comply with the conditions attached to the 2010 permission regarding landscaping or not?
Can you just repeat that question, please?
If this appeal fails, so the appellant is left just with the 2010 planning permission, its condition, the approved landscaping details and so on, is it the appellant's intention to comply with the landscaping conditions or not?
I can't possibly answer that question because I don't know. That they would have various things to consider in that scenario, and so I can't give that certainty to the inspector that would occur if this appeal fails.
You see, one issue for the inspector to consider is the impact of the proposed development on the landscape and what will happen if the development doesn't go ahead. Okay, so looking at both the baseline and the fallback. But it doesn't sound as though you can assist us really on what the fallback would be because you don't know if the approved landscaping proposals are going to be complied with or not.
Correct. I can't say with certainty that a burial will happen on the site. All I can say is that the site has extant use for burials and that therefore the appellant, whatever happens with this appeal, could make the decision to carry on with that implementation. And in accordance with what we've got in front of us at the moment, that would need to be in accordance with obviously the approved documents. So I think that answers the question that's being asked of me.
Well,
Yeah, I'll leave that to Mr. Green whether he's got a follow up rather than intervening at that point.
Just to be fair to this, I mean, in terms of what the appellant's intentions are, the appellant has given evidence and wasn't asked this question. So it's a little bit unfair to now ask the consultant what's in the mind of his client when the client actually gave evidence. And we mustn't forget that Miss Ritson talked about the baseline too in her evidence.
Noted, Mr. Banner, but I also accept that Mr. Steele can give his answer and not be able to answer that question. So I will allow this line of questioning. Well, I'll see how Mr. Green's cross-examination plays out on this point. So,
thank you, sir. As I indicated, what is going to happen if the appeal is refused is relevant in assessing the, if you like, the benefits or at least the impact of the proposed development on the existing landscape, because if it were the appellant's intention to comply with these conditions, then the landscape would have a certain appearance, a certain quality, if it's the appellant's intention to ignore the conditions attached to the 2010 planning permission, then the landscape would have a different quality and appearance. Do you understand that?
I do, but this position hasn't been put to us through evidence, and so I cannot sit here and 100% say to you that the requirements that you're saying to me of the planning permission and the conditions require any planting to be carried out or any additional management, etc. Because I haven't considered that as part of this proposal. The appeal proposal is the appeal proposal, and that's what we've put before you. I appreciate that there's an extant planning permission, and that could be implemented in accordance with the agreed details. But in terms of the appellant's responsibilities, now being owners of the site, I think that's an issue that I'm not able to give you clarity on.
I will have to go back through my questions, but I do seem to recall, I can't remember whether it was put to one of the witnesses, the need witness by Mr. Banner or in cross-examination, but I do seem to recall that there was an allusion to the fallback position. It may have even been a question from interested parties, where there wasn't a suggestion that they could not. I think the response, and my understanding at this particular point is that they have the ability to do so should they choose to do so, and that they would evaluate their position based on the outcome of this appeal.
That's exactly right, sir. The fallback, obviously legally it's there, and that's not disputed between us. It might happen, it might not happen, depending upon an evaluation in the event that you were to dismiss the appeal. So one scenario is it happens, one scenario is the site stays as it is, and third scenario is somebody else applies for planning permission for something else.
Thank you, Mr. Banner. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Green, but just to set out my understanding of where I thought we got to with the inquiry at that particular point to assist any follow-up questions, because it did feel like we were reaching a little bit of a stalemate on that particular point. So I'll ask you to follow up and see where this is going now.
So yes, no, that's helpful. I mean, I think I've pursued this with this witness as far as I can. Can you turn to the design proof of evidence, please? And at pages 32 and 33, there are two plans, one showing the proposed site plan and one showing the one we've just seen, a version of the approved landscaping scheme.
Page numbers again, Mr.
Page
So sorry.
32 of the design proof of evidence, internal numbering 32, shows the proposal. And 33 shows a version of the approved landscaping scheme for the 2010 permission. And one can see that the building, I think, is proposed in a location that straddles what is shown as a retained hedge. Is that right?
It's actually a post and rail fence location, if you're referring to that grey diagonal line. As in, that's the existing feature on site.
There's an existing hedge on site, and the proposed building will straddle it.
Yes,
And
that's
indeed,
right. Yes,
the hedge has to be removed as part of the proposal. So I mean, it's a short point. What is proposed is not consistent with the approved landscaping scheme under the 2010 permission, is it?
No, that's correct.
Thank you. I'm going to move on now. In your proof of evidence at 5.16, You take up a point made by Ms. Ritson about what the council is getting at when it refers to an impact on openness.
Which paragraph am I?
Your 5.16. And a point is made that if you go to the landscape character assessment carried out for the purposes of the neighbourhood plan, and that's at CD 12.7, the Farnham landscape character assessment, CD 12.7, internal number 19, page number 19.
Yes, I've
I'm
got the
just
table.
making sure still everyone's got there. Yes. On page 19 of that landscape character assessment, under the heading landscape value, this appears: the character area lies within the AGLV and an area of high landscape value and sensitivity. It's a peaceful and attractive rural landscape and is small scale and enclosed. And we can see that reflects what's said under key characteristics. Located on a southeast facing slope with long views available from the high ground to the northwest, the character area consists of small fields in pasture bound by hedgerows of varying ages. So it's a landscape consisting essentially of fields enclosed by hedgerows. And that's a fair characterization of the landscape character area as a whole, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And those fields are largely free from built development, aren't they?
Yes, but there's clearly, when you're on site, glimpses of built development within that setting.
Yeah. The fields themselves are largely open, aren't they?
Yes.
And by constructing a large building on the fields, you are reducing their openness, aren't you?
I'm thinking on that question because it depends on how you interpret the word open. I think it's an important distinction here that this is not greenbelt. So in terms of how openness is described in greenbelt terms, there's no need to preserve that essential characteristic. So the case here is that a building as proposed is acceptable and is in keeping with the landscape character and does not significantly adverse that landscape character as set out in Catherine Richard's proof of evidence at the inquiry. So on that basis, I think it's a term that needs to be clarified to me in terms of what
Yeah, I could understand the response given, and I think there was a little bit more nuance to Mr. Green's question possibly there.
Yes.
So I will allow you to follow it up and see if you can rephrase it to get the answer that I think you may be looking for on that particular point.
So I think the answer is obvious, but I think to assist you, can we go to the appeal decision concerning the cemetery and woodland burial proposal, CD 11.3. And this is the appeal decision that concerns much, but not the entirety of the current appeal site. That's correct, isn't it?
Understood, yeah.
Yes. And do you have a copy of that appeal decision in front of you? If you go to paragraph 4, the inspector, looking at that proposal then, says this about the appeal site. The appeal site is an extensive area of open land crossed by hedges and set with some mature trees. It is predominantly open grassland, sloping gently upwards from the main road, Hale Road. Do you agree or disagree with that description of the then appeal site?
Yes, I agree with that.
Yes. The proposed development obviously involves the construction of a large building on what are currently open fields. Well, that's a statement of
no.
fact, isn't it?
No, I agree the appeal proposal's for a building. I think large is subjective, so I would not use that term. So that's, but it is, the proposal is for a building on fields, like you explained,
On currently open fields.
on currently open fields.
Yes. You say it's not a large building. Can we go back to the design proof, which, as I say, has a number of helpful plans in it? If we go back to the design proof, page 18.
Just take your time. No, I'm also looking, so.
Yes, I'm at that page.
Thank you, sir. Looking at what's proposed, it is the largest building in the landscape character area, isn't it?
So I'm just checking this shows the landscape, the complete landscape character area. I don't have the set measurements in front of me, but I would say that it's on the, it's on the greatest, the scale of buildings in that area. But there are other buildings within the character area and outside it, adjacent, which are comparable. And actually the, I'll try and recall the location of it, but the design proof or the DAS describes the site as, describes the footprint of the building as comparable to other buildings within the vicinity, and lists them as well. I don't have that set reference, but I know it's in here. And it also goes on to explain that the building is single story, and discusses, or it looks like it's on page 19 and 20, and discusses how it relates or compares to other forms of development or built form in the character area and beyond.
It is a plainly large building in context, isn't it?
No, I follow the evidence of Mr. Neil McLaughlin, and he and his documents refer to it as being a comparable building.
Looking at the footprint, of course, one must remember that a substantial part of the building consists not of development on the ground, but of the overhanging roof, the roof that projects across the access path. And so when looking at the footprint doesn't reflect the full volume or scale of the building, does it?
Well, on the plan I'm looking at, which you referred me to, that has the whole roof plan.
Absolutely, that does, but we have other plans. Indeed, one of the plans we looked at earlier, the plan at page 32, that's a footprint plan, and that doesn't have the roof projection.
Yes, or it might be in a faint dotted line.
Anyway, you're right, it's a matter of judgment whether it's a large building or not, and that's a judgment of the inspector, ultimately. But returning to the point of this original line of inquiry, the 2010 appeal inspector plainly identified openness, the openness of the fields as a feature worth commenting on, and the proposed development will involve built development on what is currently open fields.
Yes. Yeah. But clearly we've set out evidence as to why that impact is limited, or that landscape change is limited, and therefore I've then given you my assessments of why I feel that complies with the relevant development management policies, which set out what we're required to assess.
Mr. Steele, I do understand your case. The inspector in 2010 thought that openness was so important that he imposed condition 10, similar to the council's condition 8, that ensured that within the cemetery, any monuments or headstones would be no more than 1 metre in height, and in the woodland area, which is the area we're particularly concerned about, there would be no monuments or headstones at all. That's right, isn't it?
That's right in terms of the terms of those conditions.
Yes.
Sorry, I just want to add to that. I believe this is a relevant context to that condition, is that the applicant at that time was proposing this set of circumstances which is in the extant planning permission. So it was for a typical cemetery area and a woodland burial site, and they put forward those that proposal to the authority, and that's set out all in the planning document. So the whole aim was to have a woodland burial setting there by the applicant that felt there was a business in that aspect. So I think that's a context that should be considered in terms of why these conditions were applied.
Well, hang on. Inspectors know you don't apply conditions unless they're necessary, and the inspector plainly felt it was necessary to prevent any headstones or monuments being constructed in the woodland planting area.
Yes, I agree with that. It's just I just felt it's helpful context.
Yeah. Right.
Sorry, sir, just on this point, because it has been raised by third parties as well, that this condition 8 relates to gravestones and monuments only. Now, it's important to note, and it's set out in my proof of evidence, my view is that that would not preclude ways of marking graves such as pavers or plaques, etc., because clearly graves are typically marked in a way. So the condition 8 is limits gravestones and monuments, and that's quite precise in my view.
Okay. I'm going to move on to another topic now, the issue of infrastructure. And you referred to policy ISC 1 in the local plan part 1. And if we can just turn that up again. Page 62 is the policy itself.
Yes,
Divided into a number of paragraphs. None of those paragraphs apply to the appeal scheme, do they?
can you take me through that, please?
Of course, paragraph 1. It says infrastructure considered necessary to support new development must be provided either on or off-site, either as a requirement of planning conditions or by the payment of financial contributions through planning obligations and or the community infrastructure levy. So it's concerned with infrastructure necessary to support new development. That's not this scheme, is it?
No.
Paragraph 2, on adoption of the community infrastructure levy, the provision of SANG will be prioritised as items of essential green infrastructure, etc. That's not relevant to this scheme.
No.
Paragraph 3, the council will resist the loss of key services and facilities, etc. Not relevant.
No.
Paragraph 4, the council will support the development of new services and facilities where required and may safeguard land for infrastructure if identified through the infrastructure delivery plan. Is this infrastructure identified through the infrastructure delivery plan?
No, it's a, but I would say it's obviously a bespoke infrastructure requirement. But the 4 says the council will support the development of new services and facilities where required and may safeguard land for infrastructure if identified through the infrastructure delivery plan. So I think that's regarding safeguarding land. I think it's the first part of that sentence which is important here.
Okay. Is there any assessment in any part of the development plan that indicates that this appeal scheme is necessary or required?
No.
You've taken us, sorry, I should complete the exercise. Paragraph 5, the council will work with its partners to ensure the facilities and infrastructure set out in the infrastructure delivery plan are provided in a timely and sustainable manner. That's not relevant, is it? Forgive me, I was rushing. The last paragraph of ICS 1, the council will work with its partners to, that's not relevant, is it? Next. Okay. Then you took us to the supporting text, page 58 of the document, paragraph 8.3. And we can see that cemeteries appear in 2 places. The bullet public services, that includes cemeteries. And it also appears under the heading green infrastructure.
Yes.
Yeah. One wouldn't describe a funeral building as green infrastructure, would one?
Not, no, but I think it will be ancillary to quite clearly something that will become part of the green infrastructure through our biodiversity enhancements and landscape and management, etc. So I think you know the proposed use of the appeal proposal will generate an element of green infrastructure through what we're proposing to achieve, and I think the building is ancillary to that purpose.
Well, first of all, the appeal proposal will not generate the cemetery or the burial ground because they already exist. That's true as a matter of fact, isn't it?
The existing position is that the site has extant use for burials.
Yes. The appeal scheme is simply the
appeal
building.
proposal, which we've demonstrated through the evidence presented in a lot of detail, etc., shows that it will be something that will be developed in a high quality way, which will clearly improve the green infrastructure position that's set out in terms of its use and the building that's ancillary. So it will become part of the green infrastructure under that definition, I would add.
What is proposed by the appeal scheme is a substantial building with landscaping. That's what's proposed. It's not a cemetery. It's none of these items of infrastructure, is it?
No, I would say it is a cemetery under all intents and purposes.
Okay. Looking more broadly at the sort of concept or conception of a community building, the community served by the proposed building is not Farnham or any group within Farnham. It's the Ismaili community across the southeast of England. That's right, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that is right in the sense that I've dealt with this in my proof of evidence. If you can just bear with me a moment. So from paragraph 6.14 through to 6.16. Oh, yeah, I can go straight to 6.16 if you like. So I do not consider it reasonable or a fair position to take that from some of the third parties that the appeal proposal cannot fall within policy ISC1 on the basis of the location of where it is alleged the users of the infrastructure / community facility live. There is no basis in the wording of the policy of such distinction, and to the best of my knowledge, there is no appeal decision or court precedent which supports such a practical approach to the interpretation of development plan policy. I also note the abode of users of infrastructure may change from time to time, and people's connections to a place can very obviously extend beyond to where they live. And one of the supporters at week 1 was a resident of Farnham.
Okay. One supporter of this scheme was a resident of Farnham. Is that the extent of the connection of this scheme to Farnham?
That's not what I said. In week 1, one of the supporters that attended to speak to the inspector was a resident of Farnham. And it doesn't change anything I've just said in paragraph 6.16.
I understand. Mr. Steele, what you say in 6.16 is concerned, if you like, with the interpretation of policy. I'm just looking at the factual position. The community to be served by this building, plainly, is the Ismaili community across the southeast of England, not residents of Farnham.
It's correct to say it's going to be used and will serve the Ismaili community. I can't sit here and say that there's limited or otherwise of where the community live. So I don't accept that proposition.
Okay. In your proof, you identify what you say are a number of benefits of the scheme. And we've just gone over the first one, if you like. Your proof, page 31, paragraph 7.6, community asset. The second one, exceptional design quality. you'll appreciate that the council's concern is not with matters of, if you like, detailing or the quality of the materials and so on. It's concerned with the bulk, the scale, the size of the proposed building. The fact that it's got nice materials or nice detailing or whatever, that's neither here nor there, is it?
No, I don't agree with that assumption at all. Design is a holistic approach. Neil McLaughlin's in week 1 set out very clearly about how he approached the site and why the building has been designed as such and how it fits within the setting for multiple reasons. And that was really, a well-considered approach, which meets the requirements that are set out earlier. I think it was policy paragraph 131 of the MPPF in terms of what is it that is high quality design, etc. So on that basis, it's a holistic approach, and the evidence that we've put forward to you, sir, is that the impact on the landscape character is such that it is limited.
Yeah. We are agreed that it's common ground between the parties that this building will cause harm to the character of the landscape. That's a matter of common ground. The only question is how much. That's the reality, isn't it? Of course. Your paragraph 5.27, Mr. Steele.
Could you also take me to the statement of common ground as well, please? The paragraph you're referring to regarding harm.
Well, I've taken you to paragraph 5.27 of your proof of evidence, Mr. Steele. I don't know what the problem is.
Read this harm to the landscape character area, and in fact, what's said here is the harm identified by Miss Ritson, who's obviously given her evidence, is limited, and there are no significant adverse effects on the wider landscape character. So just you need to be very careful how the question's put.
Well, the question I put.
So if I could just finish.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
danger
so-
otherwise is people talk cross purposes, and it's Mr. Green then says in closing, it was agreed that ... when in fact the understanding of the questions on a different premise. There's
No, I agree.
There's an on-site harm, an off-site harm.
I think we need to be clear here. I think,
Yeah.
as far as I'm concerned, Mr. Green has referred specifically to a paragraph of proof of evidence. Now, if Mr. Steele wants to take us to the statement to common ground to support his answer, or otherwise that's entirely within his discretion, or refer me to it, where if you consider there's a lack of agreement on that point.
Yes. So the question I put was concerned with the character of the landscape. I wasn't referring to the AGLV. I was referring to the character of the landscape. It's agreed that there will be harm to the character of the landscape. If one confined oneself to the appeal site itself, there would be harm. The only question is the extent of that harm and whether it extends further than that. That's the issue between the parties, isn't it, Mr. Steele?
I'm just nervous. I'm sure it's not a deliberate attempt to get a cross-purposes answer, but the proof is very clear that Mr. Steele's conclusions on harm are drawn from Ms. Whitson's evidence. She's given her evidence, and therefore the question can only be fairly put by reference to what she says. I wouldn't want this to be an attempt to extract something that's different from what the relevant experts said, sir. Because it's quite nuanced in terms of harm to the site, harm to the character area, wider impacts. And there's a danger otherwise that this will end up misleading, I'm sure, inadvertently.
No, I understand the point you're making, Mr. Banner. If we can confine ourselves to what's said in paragraph 5.7 of the proof and the interpretation in that context and phrase the question in that manner.
Okay, sir. I don't believe my question was improper in any way, but
I think it's more about clarity. It's about clarity in terms of that the question is not phrased in a way that's different to what's stated at paragraph 5.27. So that then it's taken us into an area where it's unpicking evidence of the landscape witness who's already been cross-examined.
Okay. Your paragraph 5.27, Mr. Steele. You refer to the landscape and visual harm identified by Ms. Ritson. Okay? You and she accept there will be landscape and visual harm caused by the development. Is that fair?
It is fair in terms of the outcomes of Miss Ritson's assessment. As I've set out in 5.27 and into 5.28, my view based on that evidence is that the harm, or it can be referred to change, is limited, and that limited harm or change is mitigated by the items I set out in my evidence in chief. And also, so you'll recall as well, in terms of policies RE1 and RE3, we've heard at the inquiry and in evidence that they are not zero change policies. And in that respect, that's why I'm concluding that the development complies with those policies.
Yes, again, I do understand your case. Landscape and visual harm has been identified by you and Ms. Ritson, notwithstanding the quality of the design as you describe it. That's correct, isn't it?
That is correct. There's a few elements where Catherine Richardson has set out where that harm or impact has been generated from. I don't want to undermine her evidence in any way, but essentially she refers to the fact of new built form introduced into a green field site, and also the visual effects of the building for very localized views from within the site.
Yes, I think I've understood Miss Ritson's evidence, and I think to the extent of the technical exercise presented out, I think we have had evidence on this particular point in terms of where how the harm should be interpreted of Miss Ritson's view. So I do have that in mind. So you're not necessarily undermining the evidence in offering your view in terms of how that harm should be interpreted in policy, because I think, Mr. Green, that's the point that you're raising effectively, is that there is no dispute effectively based on Miss Ritson's evidence that harm is in the evidence, and that's acknowledged in your proof of evidence. It's more so how the policy should be interpreted in that context. From my understanding.
From your understanding, well then, perhaps I haven't put myself very clearly. Mr. Steele, you say one of the benefits of this scheme is its quality of design. But notwithstanding the quality of its design, as you put it, it's still going to cause harm to the landscape, isn't it?
Not in my view, and not in a planning sense. It's on the I'm recognising there is a landscape and visual harm because from the evidence from Catherine Richardson, but in terms of harm in a planning sense, it would be on a very limited scale if the inspector did consider that. Looking at planning policy and looking at RE1, RE3, it's my firm view that the proposal complies with those elements in terms of safeguarding the intrinsic character of the countryside, respecting landscape character, notwithstanding the fact that it's a building. I think all of us, or I completely appreciate a building on this site has an impact. But what I'm saying here is no different to what I set out in my POV or in my proof of evidence already.
Okay. What I'm trying to do is to understand the benefits that you've identified in your proof at pages 31 onwards. Community asset is one. Exceptional design quality is what we're looking at the moment, and I think it's a point you've accepted. Notwithstanding what you describe as exceptional design quality, it is still a harmful building in terms of its impact on the landscape.
It is, by the very fact that it's a new built form in that landscape. I think the exceptional element comes from the evidence and the documents set out by Neil McLaughlin, how that building has been designed, but also the materials, the nature of the proposal, and the high quality design and architecture that's been brought out from all that process. And indeed, that was recognised in the council's case as well, that it's a high quality design. And so that's what I'm attaching weight to, that process, that the form and appearance of that building that would meet those tests, that I'm guided by the NPPF in that respect.
Okay. The next item, church car parking, I'm not going to ask you about that. I mean, either it's provided or it isn't, depending on which alternative is offered, and you give that moderate weight. Safeguarding against coalescence. The appeal proposal itself is a building in an area that forms a critical separation between Hale and Farnham, isn't it? How is that safeguarding against coalescence?
Yes, it is the proposal does include a building in that area. My point here is that notwithstanding the building, but appreciating the case that has been put forward to the inspector through the limited landscape change, etc. The fact that the grounds and the proposals will come with all these added benefits in terms of the biodiversity, the woodland planting, the fact that will be managed for the long term, managed through the biodiversity net gain strategy as well. All those benefits, the fact it's going to be something that's going to be used by the Ismaili community for generations, which has been previously described, means by that very definition that site within the red line will help safeguard that against coalescence, because there would be no other built form developed within the cemetery area as a result.
Well, the same could be said, couldn't it, for the fallback, the 2010 planning permission. That's, if anything, a better or greater safeguard against coalescence. It doesn't include any building at all, does it?
Yes, I agree, and I think so. You've heard about that in terms of the fallback and what may or may not happen in the future. So I think that's for the inspector to determine.
Okay. Biodiversity net gain. You'll know the council's position is that if you're going to look at biodiversity net gain, you ought to look at the position as it would be if permission is refused, i.e. if the appeal site and the wider land is used in accordance with the 2010 planning permission and its conditions. What's wrong with that? No, it's an open question, I'm afraid.
Biodiversity net gain is a set science now. It's set out in the Environmental Act, and there's various, requirements that ecologists have to go through. And one of those is that it's assessed on the baseline of the existing site condition in order to develop and understand what that net gain would be. So I think through that position, that's why we're the case we've put forward is that that is how BNG should be calculated, and that generates the uplift that we've set out in the documents.
In assessing the BNG of the appeal scheme, one has to compare it with something, and the something we say one should compare it with is no appeal scheme. You fall back on the original 2010 planning permission and its approved landscape scheme. What's wrong with that?
Certainty. There's no certainty that you know the extent landscaping scheme you're raising is something that is relating to a consent that's over 14 years old. There has been various proposals set before the council for different schemes, you know, on the site, and therefore I'm of the view that it will be unwise to, particularly in terms of biodiversity gain on this point alone, to reflect on the extant planning permission and what's required through its conditions.
So, as I understand, the appellant is happy to rely on the 2010 planning permission, but not happy to commit itself to comply with its conditions.
Yes, I think that's a completely fair position. They're two different items to question. One is extant use, which is for burials, and that's an established position on the site. The other is a detailed implementation of conditions, and as we all know, through planning, conditions have to be abided by. But again, they can be adjusted and amended as needed, and subject to the council's approval, etc. So I don't think that's something that can be given certainty in the conclusion for the inspector.
Mr. Steele, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Green, and thank you, Mr. Steele. That ends the cross-examination. It's just before 1 p.m. I think, Mr. Banner, the appropriate approach, as
Very
previously
happy.
suggested.
The only other alternative is entirely what works for you is I could re-examine on this cross-examination while it's all fresh in the mind, and then we could do the other questions afterwards, re-examine on that. If that was it's whatever works best for you, sir.
I think it's probably safer to allow you re-examination after interested party questions and any questions that I may have. Thank you. So on that basis, we'll adjourn until 2 p.m. Then we'll take interested party questions. Your witness is aware of his responsibilities before we adjourn. Yeah. Thank you. It's 12:57. The inquiry is adjourned. We'll resume at 2 p.m. Thank you. Very good afternoon. It's 2 o'clock, so it's time to resume the inquiry. Just before we get into interested party questions, it might be worthwhile if you maybe take that seat again over there and make yourself comfortable. We'll just cover, while you do so, we'll just cover housekeeping. Anything, Mr. Green, Mr. Banner? Over. The only thing to note I've got is that I received the email from the council with the virtual meeting link this morning. I checked my emails over lunch. So my assumption is that that'll be made available to the public in advance of the meeting on Thursday, those who are participating.
Those who are participating, yes, sir.
Yes. And it may be the case that interested parties may want to, who, if they do want to participate, liaise with the council to make sure they have access to that link if they can't, if it's not on the website already.
Yes, absolutely, sir. And there'll be live streaming as well.
Yes, I got the live streaming link as well. Thanks for that confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Green. Ms. Steele, comfortable? Ready for the questions? Interested parties then? Any interested party questions? Mr. Tilbury?
Just a couple, and then Councillor Powell will ask you all the difficult ones, Mr. Steele. So I just got 3 questions to ask, some areas just to explore very briefly. I think you've accepted, Mr. Steele, in your proof of evidence that the initial description of the use class for the proposed building was incorrect.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. And I think we probably all agree that we're dealing with something where it doesn't fall precisely within the wording of anything, but I think people have described it as a place of worship. It's not unreasonable to describe it in those terms. It might fall within F2G, whichever one it is. Might be sui generis, but it's not a community building within the definition. It's more akin to a place of worship.
Yeah, like as you said, it's a more of a sui generis, fluid use in that respect. So in terms of what use it falls into, that's a matter of debate. But the fact of the matter is, the description of development is quite precise. It says funeral ceremony building, which that is as proposed.
And the reason for sort of groping towards clarifying that is just in terms of asking you the substantive question, which is in terms of the National Planning Policy Framework. Of course, the weight to be attached to any particular policy material consideration is a matter for the inspector, for a decision maker. But sometimes the NPPF gives guidance to a decision maker as to what weight they should attach to a particular issue or matter. Does the NPPF give the inspector any guidance as to attaching a particular weight to a matter in relation to a place of worship?
I haven't cited such text in my proof of evidence. However, there is reference within my proof to weight given to certain facilities. If you just bear with me, I'll just try and find it.
Okay, I'm absolutely accept that it's a matter for the inspector to decide what weight to attach to the issues around the provision of a facility that would benefit the community and so on and so forth. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think there is any reference in the NPPF to a particular weight being attached to a provision of a place of worship. I think there are 4 references, 2 of which are largely irrelevant because they're related to something else. And 2 which relate to places of worship. And basically they're sort of listed in relation to other community things, sports, so sports venues, open space, cultural buildings, public houses and places of worship. So nothing in the NPPF that tells the inspector you should give a particular weight, as opposed to, of course, the inspector will decide what weight, but no instruction from the NPPF or indeed PPG, as far as I could see, as to any particular weight to be attached to a place of worship.
That's just a question, because
that's a question.
Yeah, it's close to a statement, but I'll accept it as a question.
Bear with me, I get there in the end.
Thank you. Yeah, I've just remembered where I've mentioned this in my proof. So paragraph 7.5, the planning balance and summary. So paragraph 97, but now 98, says of the MPPF is relevant here as it guides planning decisions to provide the social, recreational and cultural facilities and services the community needs.
Yeah, absolutely. And I just want to reinforce my point. So if I may, by way of a question again, I accept absolutely what you said, but it doesn't say more weight for a place of worship than any of those other things. It says a weight as determined by the inspector in relation to a particular planning matter before them, but place of worship doesn't get special status.
I think, sir, that's a matter for you. I think the case I've set out is that the proposed development complies with the development management policies, and I've already set out some benefits if there is an issue with the compliance in that respect.
I could make a follow-up point on that. It's not a matter of judgment as to whether the MPPF says that or not. It either says it or it doesn't, and it doesn't. Is that correct? I accept the inspector will make his own judgment, but the MPPF does not give any instruction to the inspector as to a particular weight.
Yes, you can have a moment to read there. The only context that I'll put in, and I'm taking you, I understand your line of inquiry on this, Mr. Tilbury, but I am mindful that there will be an opportunity for Mr. Banner to make legal representations, which is separate from the framework. So not to get completely on a one track of, but the framework only.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it there and to not trouble the witness. It says what it says, and Mr. Banner and Mr. Green know what it says. So you know what it says, so that's fine.
I think I've taken your point, so I'm quite content to let it rest there, unless you want to correct me, Mr. Steele.
No, I'm happy with that. Yeah.
No, that's fine, thank you. Can I turn to your proof of evidence in relation to policy ISC 1, in particular paragraph 6.16 of your proof. And Mr. Green's already taken you through the policy itself, and I think you agreed there is nothing in the policy that actually supports the application in the sense of the application being in conformity or conflict with it is just silent. It's not a policy that supports the application.
No, I don't believe I agreed that.
Okay. But Mr. Green did take you through each one of those policy, each one of the parts of the policy, and you agreed, I think, there wasn't anything in there that.
Well, to the contrary, I'd say just give me a second. I'll just get the policy.
I won't. If that's incorrect, I'm sure that's what I heard. But if that's not correct, then fine. But the point
I'll just hold it there one moment. I'll let Mr. Steele clarify his answer, because obviously there is a record of what was said in cross-examination, and I heard the answers to the questions in cross-examination relating to ICS 1. So I'll before we move on, I'll let Mr. Steele clarify his answer in that context.
Yeah, in terms of ICS 1, Mr. Green went through each of the points, but as I recall my evidence, I was asserting that it accorded with Part 4, which says the council will support the development of new services and facilities where required.
Fine, thank you. I accept what you say, of course. In 6.16, you do say you challenge the evidence or the submissions that third parties have made regarding And I think we're talking about the point here about whether local, what does local mean in the context of this? And you say in your proof of evidence, if you're happy for me to read it out, I'll say there is no basis in the wording of the policy for such a distinction. I take it that you mean a geographic distinction there, but please tell me if that's wrong. And to the best of my knowledge, there's no appeal decision or court precedent which supports such a parochial approach to the interpretation of development plan policy. And I'm wondering if you could just explain that a bit more in the context of a common or garden use of the term local.
Yeah, so policy ICS1, first of all, is titled Infrastructure and Community Facilities. I'm just looking at whether there's the term local in the policy. So that's my first point. I
don't think there is, actually.
I don't think I see the local there. So in terms of infrastructure / community, I think my point is that it seems to me goes against all the principles of what spatial planning, the planning system is. What I've said here is that I feel third parties have taken a very sort of limited outlook and scope to what that means, and you know I think 6.16 is clear, and I don't think I need to repeat it. Why I disagree with that, the assertions that it is only, you know, that policy, it should be just limited to that interpretation.
Yeah, and you're right. I don't think the word local appears in the policy at all, but it does appear a lot in the supporting text, and it appears a lot in the PPS. Can I just ask you then, and I may get into trouble here again, but the dictionary definition, the OED definition of the word local, of relating to inhabiting or existing in a particular place or region. And interestingly, you said in your proof that you thought it was a parochial approach to the definition of local, which I thought was interesting because the whole point of the word local is it's parochial. It's of a particular place or region. Now, my question is, how is this a local community facility?
So I don't think there's anything more to add compared to what I've said in my proof on this. I think I've been very clear in terms of why such a proposition that's been put forward, I feel is not a reasonable one, and one which is not one that, you know, for all intents and purposes, this policy was trying to achieve. Clearly, we've set out as part of our planning benefits a clear need position. We've heard from various members of that community in support, but also in written reps. And I have to, you know, we've heard as well that the use is going to be there and the building going to be there for generations. And I think it just goes back to my point that, you know, the abode of users of infrastructure may change from time to time, and people's connections to a place can very obviously extend to beyond where they live. And I think I can just need to leave it there.
I'm quite happy for it to rest there.
Yes, of course.
Only on the basis, Mr. Tilbury, of the cross-examination I heard, which kind of touched upon very much the same ground, and,
Yeah.
and I'm not convinced that I'd get a different answer from the line of questioning. So I'm happy to reflect on what I've already heard on that particular point.
You'd be pleased to hear I was going to stop there on that point anyway, so I agree, we've got as much as we're going to get. And just finally, returning to the subject of the proposed amendments, which, as you've gathered by now, the Town Council is particularly bothered about. In the planning statement, and sorry, I temporarily don't have the document reference in front of me, but I'm referring to Savills planning statement, which accompanied the original application.
Just give us a moment to see if someone can identify the document reference. Just help.
It's CD 1.13.
Yep. Could you have a quick look at that?
Yes.
Just wanted to ask you about, well, I just want to make reference to the fact that in paragraph 4.11 of the planning statement, it mentions the fact that the development proposal, which includes the provision of the car park mentioned above, was presented to the church on 7th of July 2022, which was generally well received. And throughout this process, the provision of those car parking spaces has been a significant part of what has been proposed to neighbours and to the local community. Is that fair?
There's various contexts in terms of a significant part. In terms of the fact that the trust did do a consultation, they did have and do have communications with the church. It was agreed between parties that land would be provided for to assist the church in their parking requirements. And that had to form part of the planning application because it's development. But we were clear with planning officers and throughout that the impacts of the proposed development, i.e. the building and associated use, is not directly relevant to the requirements of the church. And so we were in it wasn't something that had to be provided to mitigate the substantive scheme. So on that basis, I wouldn't call it a significant element of the proposal, but it was certainly a part of the proposal, which I think everyone recognises would provide a benefit to the church.
Yeah. So the church, as you may be aware, have made a representation into the inquiry. Unfortunately, their letter's not dated, but it's one of the representation documents. It's Walter D 1090496 attachment. If you want to go and find it. But the significance of that is that the church made representations to the inspector about the significance of the car parking for the church. And they are quite powerful representations. So my question to you is, what weight do you think the inspector should give in considering whether to agree to your proposed amendment to the representations from the church about the harmful impact on the church of that car parking not forming part of the scheme?
I think, frankly, I think it's a matter for the inspector in terms of the decision, sir, that you clearly want to take on the matter and haven't ruled on it to date yet. Whether or not it's part of the scheme does not ultimately change the outcome of the substantive proposal, which is for the funeral ceremony building, associated landscaping. So in terms of the weight, in terms of what should be made on the basis for the inspector, I think that's for the inspector's side and something that doesn't really impact the case that I've presented to the inspector.
Just to clarify before further question on that, and just in terms of the reference to ruling, just to be clear for those who don't understand, it is within my gift, and the appellant did ask me to make a ruling on it on submission. I declined to do so because I wanted to hear the evidence during the inquiry. That doesn't mean I've made a decision on it. It's very much the point that I wanted to hear the evidence on it before I did reach it. So that's an accurate point to make, is that I haven't made a ruling as yet, and I'm still listening to evidence on that particular
And
point.
just on that, so my understanding of what that means, which is an advantage, if I may say so, is that if you were inclined, subject to this issue, to allow the appeal, you can either keep it in or take it out. Both options are essentially before you. Both have been consulted upon, and so you can make a decision as to which variant effectively, and it's essentially it's up to you.
I'm not sure it's entirely within my gift. I think there's obviously legal precedent there in terms of the approach that I can take, and no, I will be mindful of that. But obviously, that is the reason I haven't given a ruling at this particular point, because I did want to hear the evidence in that context.
Yes. And one final question just on that, if I may then. If it is a benefit of the scheme and you want the inspector to consider it to be a benefit of the scheme, albeit that you are saying, well, the inspector might not include it in the scheme, but it is there in black and white on the face of your submission that it is a benefit of the scheme. If it is not included in the scheme must be a less good scheme without it. That's right, isn't it?
I wouldn't say that's right, but it would have I've listed 5 benefits. Without it, that goes down to 4. So in terms of the benefits that I feel the proposal will provide, there will be less benefits if the church car parking is not included. So that's my stance, and obviously I've given weighting to that benefit if it is included, and I've explained my reasons why.
Yeah, and I'm just going to intervene just a moment there, just to qualify that. I did hear you say in your cross-examination that your view was that the proposal complies with policy. So it may be the case that obviously it's a matter of judgment for me. There's a number of potential scenarios and outcomes here. The proposal's found to be fully in compliance with policy. It's found to be in conflict with policy, which requires a weight of benefits, and then there's an outcome, whether it then is allowed or dismissed. So just making that clear, because we were kind of skirting around where that particular point. It's a theoretical argument for me to consider ultimately. Whether benefits are considered is dependent on the judgments that I ultimately reach in terms of policy, and I haven't made up my mind yet. So we are talking theoretical, and I just thought that's a point that needed to be made for this particular discussion, because obviously my decision letter will be out there in due course, and depending on the outcome and some of the judgments that I reach will depend on how some of these matters are dealt with in that particular decision. For example, if I do, when I make a ruling on the amendments itself, that'll be pretty clear probably in early in the decision, and that obviously will frame how some of these matters are dealt with as well. Councillor Powell?
Thank you very much. I'd like to start with the conditions in the decision notice for the 2010 XEN application, if you could pull that out for me.
Could someone just give me a document reference to that? I'm just having to
so sorry.
pull them up again, because unfortunately
Robin,
I had
can you help?
a crash at lunchtime of the documents I'd opened.
It's 9.1.
9.1. Thank you.
Yeah, for 2010.
Sorry, I only asked for certainty, so I had the right one open.
It's okay.
So
No,
that's okay.
I don't have the list with all the references,
No,
so
no. It was a plea for someone to assist me, not so.
I want to help, but I can't. So if you could look at condition 1, please, and if you could just read the first 2 sentences for me.
No development shall take place until a detailed planting scheme has been submitted to and approved by the local planning authority in writing. The planting scheme shall provide for random, unregimented planting arrangements.
So really, I just wanted to ask whether, in your opinion, whether the current scheme is consistent with a planting regime that is random, unregimented?
Yes, I would just like to look at the landscaping scheme before I answer.
Just to clarify before, feel
Yeah.
free to find where you're going to in that document, but just in terms of those two sentences that have just been read, my understanding of that condition is that condition has been satisfied through the submission and approval of the landscaping scheme that we'll go on to discuss. So bear that in mind just as part of the questioning, because I don't think that that's a matter of dispute, that the original submitted part and submission, its elements otherwise that I think.
So yes, absolutely. The requisite details were submitted and approved, but the condition goes on to require other.
In terms of it's the implementation is the matter that was subject to query at cross-examination. So I'm hoping that we go in that direction. Yes.
Yes, sorry, Councillor Powell, could you just repeat the question?
Sorry. Distracted you sufficiently.
Apologies, that's probably.
No, I think it was a team effort. Really the question is, if you look at the planting scheme that was approved in for the 2010 scheme and compare it with the scheme today that's being proposed as part of this appeal, would you describe the appeal scheme as being random and unregimented in the same way as the approved 2010 scheme is?
Yes, I would.
And would you look at condition 8 for me?
Yes.
So we touched on this earlier, but do you accept that some of the proposed building is on land that is currently subject to condition 8, which prohibits the use of the installation of gravestones or monuments?
Yes.
And do you also accept that some of the proposed building and all of the access way is within an area that is not actually subject to the extent permission, and it only has use as agricultural land?
Yes. Yes, in terms of the outline of the site area of the extent planning commission. Yeah, there's no overlap. Yeah.
Yes. And during your evidence, if I can just take you to my representation from October, somebody will give me the reference number because I definitely don't have it.
Don't think it's a core document, but I can pull a copy of the
Can you pull it up?
representation up. Is it the 23rd of October? Just
Yes.
because you had a couple of reps.
Yes, the 23rd of October. Thank you.
Do you have a printout of it at all, or I do have them here, but they're just not in date. They're not dated, so give me a
I do,
second.
but I've got my scribbly notes all over it, which may or may not be helpful.
It's the document. I think it's 54 pages on PDF.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a big document. Sorry.
Sorry, I had them and they disappeared. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's just loading. Yeah, so I've got a 54-page PDF.
Yes. So I'm really sorry. Let me just find the right reference. Sorry, I've now managed to lose my PC's now crashed. Oh dear. If I draw you to page 5, and it's the 4th line down, just in the context of the fact that you said that grave markers were gravestones in some way were essentially in your earlier evidence. The reason I included this in my representation is this is the nearest woodland burial site. So this is the nearest equivalent to what currently has ex-ante permission. And you will see in that fourth paragraph, it says, our bespoke electronic and paper-based plot marking and recording system ensures that graves can be accurately located. So they have no gravestones. So would you like to review your position in terms of whether or not gravestones are absolutely required in a woodland burial ground?
In terms of that, in terms of your question, you know, I'm not I'm no expert in it, but you know, it makes sense that what you've just said and outlined, that graves can be marked by electronic tags. I think the main point in my evidence that I was getting across is the fact that the condition 8 refers specifically to gravestones and monuments. It doesn't limit pavers or plaques or other ways to mark graves in a physical sense. It refers to precisely gravestones and monuments. So that was the point I was trying to get across in my evidence, that there's no absolute limitation on markers under the extant planning permission. But I would add, sir, that in your gift, if you were to allow the appeal, you could apply appropriate planning conditions as necessary.
So if we just now look at condition 10, which you didn't reference in your evidence. So condition 10 essentially relates to the buffer zone around the site. Do you accept that part of what makes WA 2010-0166 an ex-ante permission was the discharge of condition 10?
So I've just read the condition. Can you repeat your question, please?
Sorry, do you accept that part of what makes this an ex-ante permission is the discharge of condition 10?
Yes.
And if the condition has been discharged, then the associated maintenance conditions are in force, are they not?
That they would well be, yeah.
And do you believe that buffer zone has been maintained in consistency with the discharge of condition 10?
I don't know, and I would say so. I don't think it's relevant to your consideration of the appeal.
Yeah, I need to understand where you're going with this particular line of questioning. I'll allow it to proceed on that point by accepting your response, but if we can be clear where it's going.
I'll move on to another point, sir. If we move on now to condition 11, just in terms of operating hours, condition 11, which you did refer to, talks about Saturdays being limited to 10 till 1 p.m. Do you accept that the appeal proposals are seeking to extend these operating hours on a Saturday?
Well, the interpretation of conditions is always something that, as planning consultants, we deal with. But you know, when you read this, it says no digging or preparation for burial. So I take that to mean the digging of a grave and preparation of a grave. So therefore, the times that are set out in our evidence are for the operation or use of the funeral building. So I don't think we're extending them. And and on that basis, if following my evidence earlier, if the inspector felt that these had to be replicated anyway, the trust could accommodate these conditions in terms of the physical digging and preparation of a grave, alongside the condition in terms of the operation of the building.
Thank you. And what about the next condition, which is condition 12, which is one that states the site shall not be open to visitors outside of daylight hours, given that in earlier evidence from witnesses, they talked about arriving at the site and preparing the bodies in advance of the funerals taking place. Do you envisage that work would take place if it was being done in the winter outside of daylight hours?
The new appeal, the appeal proposal, if allowed, would generate a new planning permission which would have its own set of conditions, and in that we've suggested, in agreement with the local authority, timings of operations of the building, but also to allow outside that not visitors, but those needing to undertake the body preparation, which we've all heard in week 1, outside those hours. So that condition would sit with the new planning permission, and this condition would still apply to the wider extent planning permission. So I don't see there's any conflict in that respect. So did you understand my answer? Do you want me to clarify that in any way?
I understand the answer that you've given. I still, more than likely during the conditions discussion, rather than questions to follow, need a better understanding of how the previous permission and the current permission interact, given there is differences in the site area and the extent to which, obviously in your evidence you've alluded to it being within my gift effectively if I were to allow permission to impose conditions and repeat them. What I will need to understand is whether they meet the tests on that basis. So I do have a follow-up question on one element on that, but that may be a part of the discussion that occurs on Thursday for me to understand that, because I will need, irrespective of the outcome of the appeal, and like I said, the discussions on Thursday are without prejudice the outcome of the appeal, but I will need an understanding of how to go away from the inquiry to understand that, so that I can reach my own judgment in those respects. I hope does that help in terms of thinking?
Thank you, sir. Just following up on that question, it's obviously a very environmentally sensitive area, given that it's next to a Grade 2 listed park, and there are bat roosts that run along the river. Not bat roosts, bat runs run along the river, and I guess that does raise concerns about the operation of hours outside daylight hours, because that would put lighting in. What provisions do you think would be necessary to protect wildlife from light pollution if you were proposing to do work outside of daylight hours?
I hesitate because I'm not an ecologist, but there are planning conditions suggested, but also Surrey Wildlife Trust also commented on the planning application, and we have, the suggested conditions adopt all of their recommendations. So, and it's based on the advice of Surrey Wildlife Trust and those ecology recommendations. I'll suggest that we are covered in that respect, but obviously it's a matter for the inspector if further conditions would need to be required in terms of limiting lighting. But that's certainly something that has not been a significant matter during the course of the application raised to us.
No, I'm reflecting on the suggested conditions, and I will review them for for the suitability in light of the comments that have been, professional comments that have been received on those particular points and the evidence in terms of the ecological assessments that are before me. So it is a matter I'll take away and I will reflect on it with a view to looking at the word and the suggested conditions in the event, if I were to allow the appeal, what would be necessary in that respect.
Thank you, sir. One of the things you referred to in your evidence was the fact that it was maintaining a green corridor. The green corridor is a wildlife corridor that allows, as we witnessed on the site visit, deer to access through the site. Obviously, there is a part of the appeal proposal is to put a 6-foot high fence all the way around the site, which would not allow, or do you feel that that still allows the application site to act as a wildlife corridor, which is, in all other phrase, a green corridor?
First of all, I was alluding to the green wedge that's set out in the landscape character assessment. So I wasn't implying anything regarding a green corridor for biodiversity, but I completely understand the point. I believe Neil McLaughlin answered this question in week 1, and he made the point that it's personally reasonable for there to be some protection, particularly for the new woodland planting that's going to be delivered as part of this scheme, hence the deer fencing. And I believe in my proof I set out the reasons why I considered it to be a reasonable proposition that the site be secured in such a way. Bear with me. Yeah, so that was actually referring to a public access point that third parties had raised. But it's essentially, you know, deer fencing from a visual point of view is something that is seen within such locations, and there's, I believe, existing deer fencing along the boundary at the moment or within the locality, and it's not uncommon to have that sort of feature in this sort of location. So I do think it is appropriate in that respect.
So just to clarify, the fence between the two is fully permeable and the deer do come across it currently. So this would be restricting that. So you were on the site visit.
Yes, I'd just be careful. I was on the site visit, so I'll take that statement because I have seen the site for myself and I have got photographs, so I can refer back to them in terms of that point made. But just be careful that it's a question.
In your evidence, you said that the need for the building should be given significant weight. What weight, if any, do you think should be given to the negative impacts on the residents of Farnham for the few members of the Ismaili community who live here, in terms of the permanent loss of views and the permanent loss of the much needed walking and cycling route? What weight do you think the inspector should give that?
In terms of the loss of views, that's been dealt with by Catherine Richardson, and you know that you know, most of the impacts are highly localized, and so in terms of the impact to the local community, I suggest that's limited in that respect. In terms of the loss of the footpath, that it doesn't exist, so I wouldn't say there's a loss of that. It's not. It doesn't exist.
Do you accept that the SANG permission that was granted did grant that access?
Yes, but that same permission was not implemented.
Agreed. Thank you. In terms of carbon offsetting and carbon footprint, you mentioned the sustainable nature of the materials that were being used and the benefit of tree planting. Given that you've raised that as a benefit, how do you think that is offset by the carbon impact of people travelling from London to the site?
I also recognise in my evidence that we haven't got a formal quantitative assessment on carbon capture or locking in, and so I've given that due weight in my weighting to what should be applied to that benefit. Notwithstanding that, through the Neil McLaughlin's evidence, it is clear that thatch and the materials that are on offer are sustainable in a carbon sense, and the fact that that the proposal has at least 300 new trees and more within the scheme, and the biodiversity net gain that will be derived from that, I think that needs to be given a moderate weight, as I've set out, in favour of the application.
So a moderate weight with no calculations. So one last question. The Exeant permission clearly allows the areas covered by that application to be used for woodland burial without markers today. Do you accept that, as this is one of the main purposes of the building is to allow women to view the burials as they are not permitted to attend the graveside, that there will be more people attending the site and therefore more vehicles attending the site than would otherwise be the case without a building if it was used by the Ismailia Trust?
We dealt with that matter with Mal Devet in the earlier session, and Mal was making the point that there's a planning fallback, and then there's also what happens in a practical sense. Notwithstanding the intricacies of your question, the fact of the matter is the highways assessment has been carried out, has been assessed, and the evidence points to there being no impact in that regard that would justify.
Yeah, just to clarify, I did ask Mr. Vet a specific question, which was broadly that one in earlier, and I did get that answer. So I will reflect on the answer that I was given.
Sorry, just one last question. Obviously, the other part of the reason that the 2010 permission is exeant is the hedge that exists in the middle of the site, which will be removed. What impact do you think that has, if any, in terms of loss of biodiversity net gain, and also in terms of the impact on the view of existing buildings?
The impact of the loss of the existing hedgerow has been assessed in both Catherine's evidence and also in the biodiversity reports that were submitted with the planning application. So in all counts, that has been assessed as part of our evidence and has been communicated as such. In terms of the loss of the hedge, the proposals incorporate a net gain in hedge amount and length, and obviously that's reflected in the high BNG figures that that's being presented as well. which will be managed in the long term through the biodiversity management plan that's set out in the suggested condition. So on that basis, that has been fully considered by not only the applicant team, but by the council and also Surrey Wildlife Trust in their recommendation to yourselves, but also in terms of the key matters for this appeal.
And just to be clear, I still would like to better understand why you think the biodiversity net gain is against what's there today, rather than against what's there in the approved ex-ante permission that you are reliant upon. And I didn't really hear you answer that question when Mr. Green answered it. I don't know whether I didn't hear an answer, but maybe others did. And if the inspector's happy that he heard an answer to that question, I'm happy to finish there.
Yes, I heard an answer. Obviously, I need to reflect on the answer, but I did hear what I thought was an answer to that. So unless Mr. Steele wants to elaborate on it or explain it or clarify it, then I'm happy to take what I heard in cross-examination.
Councillor Powell, could you just phrase your question again, and then I'll just want, and then I'll see if I need to clarify it or not.
So the biodiversity net gain assessment that has been done as part of your application is against the current conditions on the site, not against the conditions that should exist based on the conditions that have been discharged, including the associated maintenance, and not against the condition that should exist based on the ex-ante proposal. And I'm still struggling to understand why you think that's the right approach to have taken.
So to clarify, well, to emphasise what I said earlier, then is first of all the way in which biodiversity net gain is calculated through the standard practices and through the legislation is that the base condition is the condition that's on site, and that's what ecologists go out to assess as the starting point. And so the BNG calculation that's been carried out by the application is based on that baseline. The second point then is your position is that that it should be assessed on the extant planning permission. But I think my point is there's a difference between the extant use that's allowed for on site and the implementation of this extant planning permission, which I explained in my cross-examination. It is obviously not for certain. There's no certainty that will come about, and certainly it hasn't come about in the last 14 years that the planning permission has been alive for. So it'll be, I believe, it'll be remiss to calculate the BNG based on the extant planning permission on that basis.
Just to clarify, that was my understanding of where we got to in cross-examination, and for matter for parties to correct me, but my understanding is ultimately the weight to be attributed to the fallback position might have a linkage to how any benefits in that respect are otherwise dealt with if a planning balance is required.
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Coburn?
Yes, please. I'll try not to repeat any of the matters. Mr. Steele, you were present, weren't you, at the planning meeting? I seem to recall.
Yes, I was. Yeah.
I thought it was you. Obviously, a long discussion. You heard it all. Is openness, this word that seems to baffle people, not merely the absence of an obstacle, either to view or access?
I'm pausing for thought here because you know the definition of openness is something that is not is not defined. The important matters for this application are as I said earlier, the important policies which underpin all the rest is RE1 and RE3, which relate to the safeguarding of the intrinsic character of the countryside, and RE3, which relates to respecting landscape character. So, in terms of the site, we've that's been assessed on the landscape character assessment. Catherine Richardson has provided evidence and to assess the impacts of the building in that respect. And then I've used my planning judgment as set out in my proof of evidence as to why I feel the impacts are such that they comply with those overarching policies. So, I appreciate the question you're asking me, but I don't think my interpretation of what openness is grapples with that core issue.
I'll just stop it there because Councillor Colburn actually touched upon a question that I had there. So without wanting to get into inspector questions and then having to repeat it and break, we might as well deal with it here and now. Openness has been something that's been raised during the inquiry, and it's been picked up by both parties, and I've heard the various evidence on both sides. Now, there's been much said about the planning definition in the context of Greenbelt, and I take all that evidence and note that, and I note the status that's been put before me, and in that respect. But I do think that there is a point there in terms of what Councillor Colburn says, that whether on a more basic level, taking out national planning policy framework, which defines openness in a Greenbelt context, whether the question of whether something's open or not, and the presence of a building or not, and how that links to, does that have an influence on the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, or is it more nuanced, as I heard from I believe Miss Ritson, where in terms of where we discuss sphere of tolerance, etc. I think we probably need a little bit more just in the context of what Councillor Colburn asked in that sense. Setting aside the openness Greenbelt argument, just the concept of something being open and putting a building there and what that means in the context of some of the policies that have been referred to and the linkage to the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. Just if you've got a particular, you can give me a bit more on that, please.
Yeah, no, thank you, sir. It clearly, and I've acknowledged this in my proof, that the fact of a building is proposed on this site where there is no built form at the moment has impact, has change, and for the reasons I've set out at 5.28 of my proof, that change or that limited harm that Catherine referred to in her evidence is mitigated, and I won't repeat what I said earlier about how that relates to the main policies that are under debate. So I'm not saying that the building won't have an impact, because clearly the site does not have buildings on at the moment, and this is a new building within a site that doesn't have any buildings on it at the moment. But the impacts have been assessed robustly by Catherine, and that's been evidenced at the inquiry, and that's how I've come to the review that I have done.
Yes, I think it was important that I got a little bit more there, because it touched on a line where I believe Mr. Green was going in his cross-examination. That was my understanding of where you were going with it. So I always intended to return to it, because I don't think we got the answer necessarily that was needed at that particular point. I think you have given me something now which I can consider.
Thank you, sir. And presumably when I'm talking about view or access, view is more for human beings, but access is for wildlife as well. Would you agree that they're impeded by a building?
Well, there's two different things there. There's landscape impact and views. And then there's biodiversity and ensuring, in accordance with the development plan policies and national policies, that ecology isn't harmed unreasonably through development. So the application before the inspector includes various ecological assessments, site wildlife comments, and the conclusion is, it's supported subject to conditions. So whilst there may be a physical barrier, animals, given that the building will be on site, that's part of the whole consideration of the planning application.
And presumably at the meeting you heard us give consideration not just to the building but to all the ancillary development that goes with it.
Yes.
Can I just raise one issue on the building, because you say it's of high quality and I'm not here to debate that. I won't mention the lighting, although this has troubled me. External lighting on this site troubles me greatly, as does deer fencing, but we have touched on that. But I will say this very slowly because I was misquoted when I asked Mr. McLaughlin the same thing. There is quite a lot, in addition to the footprint, of close boarded, laminated timber, laminated timber basically, but it's privacy screening around the building. And we all know that is a difficult thing for animals to negotiate, so we try and avoid that. So I just wondered where this fits into good design.
Just so I'm 100% clear, are you talking about the wall material of the building or an enclosure?
It's part of an enclosure round the sort of main bit of I think it's a privacy screen, really, but its description is called laminated timber and it's close boarded.
Yeah, apologies. I'm not familiar with this precisely what you're referring to. So I need to get that clarified.
The issue of lamination did come up during Mr. McLaughlin's evidence. I thought it had been established that
No, I
there's
think
a misunderstanding by the councillors on the councillor's part. But
Thank you, Mr. Bannon. I think that was the position, but I'm happy for Councillor Coburn to clarify if she believes she needs to return to the point because it was inaccurate at that particular point. But we probably need a little bit of help to see what the document that you're referring to.
Sorry, so it's in the design and access.
Design and access statement. Okay.
I believe you may be referring to the elevations of the building, which is CD 1.7, which refers to laminated timber. But this all relates to the elevations of the building. So this will be the wall material, the surface, the external facing material of the building, particularly on those, the single story flat roof elements, rather than an enclosure or a fenced area.
Yes, I can see the annotations, and it is on. I can see the annotations on the design and access statements. I think on page 12, but it is what I thought we got from Mr. McLaughlin and also what Mr. Steele says, that it's part of the building rather than a separate means of enclosure as far as I can see it, unless someone wants to clarify my understanding. I can't see an enclosure that it would relate to on the site plan, for example.
I'll stand corrected, so I'm sorry about that.
No,
But,
no, that's fine.
It's something I don't like to see on an open site. If I could just ask Mr. Steele again. Were you involved, or have you ever been involved in the neighbourhood planning or the Farnham neighbourhood plan?
I haven't been involved in the Farnham neighbourhood plan, but I've worked in Waverley and I have applications in the borough and in Farnham.
Certainly, we did speak to Savills because we visited all the estate agents, both domestic and commercial. So you understand that the Farnham neighbourhood plan is purely land use?
Can you clarify that question, please?
Well, it's a land use document, isn't it? It's for the residents of a neighbourhood to decide what to do with pieces of land that sit within that town.
Yeah, in accordance with the overarching development plan, yes.
So it has two, well, it looks at all the piece of land, the group that's doing it looks at all the pieces of land, then decides through using expert witnesses, because we don't have the expertise, what function each piece of land in the town should have.
I'm pausing because I don't want to oversimplify things, but in a high level sense, yes, I would say that.
You mentioned Surrey Wildlife Trust, who are one of our advisors, work closely with us on all of this. And of course, we commissioned the FCLA, as you know, which defined it as have this piece of land, as well as being AGLV, high landscape sensitivity and high landscape value. And if I'm right in thinking, does the MPPF not protect other areas that are valued landscape other than green belt?
Yes, it requires due regard to have to valued landscape in respect of protecting and enhancing their characteristics, which I have acknowledged in my assessment.
We obviously were guided by the MPPF and the numbers have changed, but when we were looking at our green infrastructure, we did exactly what we were told to do, which was to map it, and we have a map in the neighbourhood plan, to have networks, because of course you kill off a species if you don't allow for them to move. Basically, this piece of land ticks all the boxes, if you like, of the MPPF in terms of protecting a valued landscape, explaining why you're valuing it and mapping it.
So was there a question there?
Yeah, I took it as a question because of how you phrased the finish, rather than it being phrased as a question. So yes or no, or agree, or clarification in terms of that particular. I took it as a question rather than a statement necessarily. It was very close.
How I understood what you were saying was that the Farnham plan has identified sort of landscape character areas of value, and yes, it has.
And does the neighbourhood plan have the right to do that under the legislation in the Localism Act? Oh, sorry, that's
yes, it's probably one that Mr. Banner can clarify on that particular point.
So finally, I just really will ask a question. I'll make sure it's a question, Mr. Steele. It's very difficult, isn't it? Going back to the biodiversity net gain, which I find really difficult generally as a concept. But how can you possibly have an enclosed piece of land and say that that is going to have a net gain over a wildlife corridor? Because I really don't, that really is a genuine question, because I don't understand.
Again, I'm not an ecologist, and all the evidence that we presented as part of the planning application was assessed by Surrey Wildlife Trust, and I think there's 3 comments that were provided through for the course of the application, and you can see the considerations of Surrey Wildlife Trust and how the application responded as such. So, the biodiversity net gain has been calculated. It is what it is. And Surrey Wildlife Trust had no objection to the application on ecological grounds. And therefore that's all I can really add to the inquiry, so I believe.
Just to potentially assist your answer and help Councillor Coburn, is the BNG calculation based on a defined metric or methodology?
Yes, that's exactly right. Yes.
So just to explain, I'd have to review the evidence. I will return to the evidence in detail, but I am aware that Natural England in particular have a defined methodology and a metric for biodiversity net gain. So I will be looking at it in that light in terms of how robust the calculations are in that context.
Thank you, sir. No, I went into panic having to think of a question because what I was actually trying to say, that we are part of the local nature recovery network. We work closely. One site is pointless if you don't have a network of sites, because you can have the best of all possible species on one site and they'll all die.
Thank you, Councillor Coleman. Was that your final question? Thank you. Mr. Hogg, I know you've been waiting patiently. You had a question earlier and we held it off, so I'm sorry to keep you waiting, but now's your time.
Yeah, I think quite a few of my questions have actually gone, but I'll try not to repeat them. Just to repeat myself, I'm a resident adjacent to the site. I'm obviously not an expert in terms of what I'm going to ask questions on, and I ask them on the basis of a person from the community, which really is the basis of my questions. The MPPF places quite a considerable weight on community benefits, which I hope you would agree. That's a question.
Yes.
It does, yeah. Would you also agree that those benefits relate to the community and the community is Farnham?
The MPPF refers to public benefits, firstly. And in terms of your question, I believe I've answered this a number of times whilst being a witness today. I think I'm hoping that the inspector has my answers to that already, to save myself repeating.
If I can just say that there's a community in the Shetland Islands. Would you say that they will be part of the community benefits in this case?
I think, Mr. Hogg, I think I'm getting the point that
Yeah,
you made.
the point
I think
how wide is the community?
I understand. I understand what you're saying. I think that's a matter for me to consider. I think I appreciate what Mr. Steele's saying on that particular point, and I know that Mr. Tilbury had some questions along those lines as well. So I think I do have that point. I'm sorry if that was the point you were trying to make.
No, that's the point I'm making, that how wide is the community? And essentially the community is Farnham. I know there's other communities which carry much less weight, but that's the point I'm trying to make. And on that, I'm really following up some points that Councillor Coburn has said. The community has spoken, as far as I'm concerned, because we were involved in the Farnham neighbourhood plan, which was a big involvement. We had to vote, we had to look at things. So the community has spoken on what that land should be used for or not used for. Would you agree to that?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I just want to, sir, just for your benefit, just point to let's have a look. 2 seconds. Paragraph 6.22, which I believe that this is what I believe this is what you're referring to in terms of the Farnham neighbourhood plan referring to the site as a potential SANG. So that's dealt with in my proof of evidence, and therefore answers the question that the site was identified as a potential SANG. It had planning.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you very well.
Oh, sorry. So the site was identified in the Farnham neighbourhood plan as a potential SANG. the site had planning permission for, saying that was not implemented.
Yeah, and I'm talking about the Farnham neighbourhood plan, which basically regarded it as an area of great landscape value.
Right, okay,
etc.
well, on that.
So the
but-
community did vote on that.
Yeah, and what I'll say to that is that that has not been ignored through the planning application at all. It's been assessed appropriately through the landscape character evidence, through Neil McLaughlin's design. He's gone through how he's
Yeah,
approached the site,
okay.
how he's designed.
Yeah, I hear
So
your
that
answer.
has been
Can-
that has
can I-
been
can I-
reflected in the
So, sorry,
application.
I can't get a point when there's two people talking at the same time. So once you've asked the question, if you just let Mr. Steele answer it, and then
Okay.
if you've got a follow up, obviously phrase it as a
I was
question.
just trying
if
to
it's a
save some
follow-up.
time, that's all.
No, it's fine. But I'm obviously making notes,
Yeah,
and I
okay.
can't make an accurate note if there's two people talking at the same
Yeah.
time.
So,
Mr. Steele, carry on, and
Mr.
then
Steele, yeah.
So in short, that point has not been ignored, and it's been fully considered.
Okay, well, that's a matter of opinion. But the other vote, if you like, that the community made, which again is of a record, was the original application. The community, those are the people surrounding that site and living in Farnham, voted about 300 to object to it, and I think 2 to approve it. So would you agree that that was the feeling of the community of Farnham?
I don't. I don't want to be obstructive, but I don't think that's relevant to the.
You don't think it's
consideration
relevant?
This application. We've had based on this planning application, we've had various representations, we've had various third-party comments, we've had a number of objections on this one too. So, you know, it's they're all material considerations which the inspector needs to consider. But in terms of comments on this is how I understood your question on the 2010 extant planning permission. That's how I understood what you were talking about.
Yeah.
That-
Okay.
Were you talking about?
Can I?
if it assists to move things on, and moves on to any further questions that you might have. Obviously, I am aware of the strength of feeling. I think that's been demonstrated both through the representations received, which are obviously before me and will be taken
Yeah.
into account as part of my decision, and throughout the inquiry. I understand the strength of feeling. I don't think it necessarily needs any further emphasis.
No,
I think I've got that point.
I've got some different questions as well.
So Mayor, I think I misunderstood the question. I thought reference was being made to the amount of public engagement to the 2010 extant planning permission. So apologies, that's what I thought you were referring to, not this current one.
No, I think my understanding, I think it was a reference to the planning application and the amount of objections
Yeah.
to the planning application. And like I say,
That's
I
right.
have all those representations before me, so the strength of feeling
Yeah.
I can take into account. So I don't necessarily think it's an avenue that we need to explore much further, because I can
Okay.
look at all the representations myself.
Over to me. The words community benefit, am I right, never appear at all in your report?
It was likely I've referred to public benefits or benefits.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, it's likely I've referred to public benefits. That's the term in the MPBF that one needs to consider in terms of when you're weighing up the pros
Yeah,
and
you
cons of
refer
application.
to community asset a few times. Could you tell me what's the definition of a community asset? Which community is that?
So again, so I think we're going back into the point regarding whether this is a local community infrastructure proposal. A community asset in terms of reference to 7.6 of my proof is relating to the Ismaili community asset, and particularly the need, the needs that's been set out in the statement of case and proof of evidence and the evidence you've heard today.
Yeah, I think again, I think it's a point. I don't think we necessarily need to circle back on that. I think I do have. I've had evidence presented. I've had discussion on that particular point about community benefit.
Yeah.
I think I've
Yeah, I
got the
just want to
point there.
make it certain that the community asset is not a definition of Farnham, it's Marley Trust. Could I also, moving on a little bit, the car parking, which was one of my original questions, I see that you said that didn't serve the development, but it would have served the community. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, if the church car parking is retained as part of the proposal and in the event it's allowed, then I've applied a moderate benefit on the basis that it will be providing a benefit to the church and therefore the wider community. Yes.
Yeah.
So I think we've already had that one clear as
Okay.
well.
I think I'll cut some of these questions short now. One last one. I won't say community benefits at all after this last one. In the MPPF, they refer to community benefits agreements, which you can make with community groups. Did you consider making any agreements?
To be frank, I'm not clear what you're referring to.
I
It
think
hasn't been part of any of the, yeah.
I think I may rephrase that to assist, because I think the one thing is, when obviously we've discussed about conditions and we've discussed about what the tests of a condition, but obviously there is the alternative of planning obligation. So maybe I'd frame your answer in that context, because obviously things can be delivered through planning obligation alternatively, whether that was considered or not, and the reason why.
So is there a particular piece of infrastructure you're referring to?
I think it's context of church car park.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
Okay. Well, the church car parking was part of the planning application and was in the plans. Because it wasn't directly related to mitigate the proposed development, our case was that paragraph 56 of the MPPF applied, which limits when conditions and planning obligations can be applied to items. Essentially, when such items are proposed as a part of a planning application, they need to be directly relevant to the impact of the development proposed. In this case, the church car parking provision would not mitigate any impact. It would just be a clear benefit to the church, and so that's why there's no planning obligation or planning condition as such suggested before the inspector.
Okay.
That's my understanding, because there are tests just to assist you in your understanding, there are tests in national policy.
Yeah.
I think it's current paragraph 58
Yes.
that sets out the tests of a planning obligation as well as planning conditions. So
Yeah.
I just wanted to tease that answer out to explain why a wish list necessarily doesn't always come forward through a legal agreement, because there are defined planning tests there, and they're the ones that I'll be reflecting upon as to what's been provided and what hasn't.
I've only got a couple more questions now. Carbon offset schemes, which you know are available in relation to projects where you can't reduce the offset scheme in the project itself. Did you consider any carbon offset schemes?
No.
You didn't? Okay, fair enough. One last question, which isn't mine, but it's been pushed over towards me. The deer fence, just to go back on that, and the fence around it. In Farnham Park, there's a lot of deer. Obviously, they're wandering around all over the place and they come across the fields. They don't have fences. They just have a tiny little enclosure. So fences aren't really necessary. That's the question.
Around the trees.
Around the trees, yeah.
In terms of the deer fencing, I think the inspector could make his mind up in terms of whether a condition's needed to require boundary treatment to be submitted and agreed with the planning authority if he considered it to be necessary. You know, the deer fencing proposed is such to, you know, restrict damage to new saplings and trees, and I appreciate you can get collars and things, and that's fine. But also there's the element of providing a boundary around the site which is clearly demarked, and you know, I've set out in my proof why I feel that is reasonable in terms of the nature of the use proposed, and a deer fencing is something that would probably have the least impact and compared to other enclosures on the landscape character. So that's why as well it was selected.
Yeah, okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hogg. Anything further for interested parties? So, sorry, I can't recall your name.
My name is David Hale. I'm a resident of Farnham.
Mr. Howell, yes?
I'm referring to the Oast House Lane appeal to 2022. I don't have a document reference. Hoping someone can help me out. Yeah, I refer to this in my my letter to you dated the 23rd of October.
As Mr. Green said, the CD 11.5.
So paragraph 9. Can you read the last sentence?
Paragraph 9. Just check if that's right.
It might be worthwhile to read 7, 8, and 9 in context before taking the last paragraph, last sentence.
That's mine. He's looking at the actual document.
Sorry, sir, do you want me to read it?
No, I'm happy for you to read
okay.
read the line, but I'm just saying that you may want the time
Yeah.
to read the subsequent paragraphs in context, so that obviously if you wish to clarify it, you can do in that light.
Okay, so then the last sentence is the harm that would arise would not be capable of being addressed through additional landscaping around or through the site.
Do you think the inspector's wrong?
No, but he was considering a scheme for 9 dwellings in a cul-de-sac, which quite clearly is different to the proposition that we're.
It adjoins the site, does it?
It does adjoin the site to the north. This, as set out in evidence in week 1, the proposed site's at the lowest part of the appeal site, plus it's a completely different scheme. So I think the drawing conclusions in terms of how additional landscaping, house or not, is a completely different ball game. This is, you know, the proposed before you is completely different, and there's substantial landscaping proposed.
It's within the same designated area though, isn't it?
Just be careful. It's a statement, and I do think I've got the point. I know where that particular
Right.
site is, and the appeal is a material consideration that I will take into account. So
Right.
you don't necessarily need to hammer home that point any
Okay.
further.
So just then paragraph 23. Again, read the sentence, read the paragraph if you want, but the last sentence. Maybe you'll read it out.
Yes, the last sentence is the harm I have identified in respect of the proposal would be both considerable and long lasting and unlikely to diminish over time. As a consequence, it's worthy of substantial weight.
Do you disagree?
Well, that's neither here nor there. The scheme before you is, like I said earlier, is a different proposition entirely. We've through the application documents, we've assessed the impacts on landscape character, and I've set out why I consider those impacts are acceptable in terms of compliance with the relevant policies. And this appeal is for a wholly different scheme, and so it's very difficult to compare like for like in these determinations.
Yes, I don't think we're going to get a different answer, no matter how many questions you ask on on that appeal
I didn't
decision.
expect
I think,
to.
I think I've taken the point that
Yeah.
you're making, and I'll reflect on the relevance of the appeal or otherwise as a matter of judgment as part of the decision.
I would have fallen on the chair had he said anything different, sir.
Thank you, noted.
My name's Madeline Gibb. I'm a local resident, and we overlook both the site we've just been talking about and the appeal site.
Thank you, Ms. Gibb. Just to confirm to Mr. Howell and yourself, because you're participating now, you will be included on the decision letter just as a participant.
Thank you. I'd
Just to
be
let
very
you-
grateful.
Just to let you know, and just to also confirm that I have done a request of you to probably one of your neighbouring properties that overlooks the site earlier on in the inquiry. So
Excellent.
I have observed those vantage points, and I did get some photographs as well, so I can refer back to those photographs for any context that you
Okay.
give.
This may not even be an appropriate question, but we heard a lot in week one about the size of the building. We haven't actually heard about it today, except that it is large, it is this, it is that. If I'm correct, I believe it is 40 metres by 20 metres, and it is 30 foot high. So it is quite a substantial building. We also heard in week one from various people that the building was the minimum size that they could actually operate from. How do we know, in anybody's God, because we're if permission is given to go ahead with this, how do we know we're not find ourselves back here fighting for an even bigger building or against an even bigger building if the trusts decide they've got planning permission, but it's not big enough for their needs? As I say, it may not be an appropriate question, but it is something that has been worrying a lot of us.
Thank you, Ms. Gibb. I'm happy to take that question. Obviously, it depends what answer you want to give, Mr. Steele. The question was whether it was an appropriate question, so I took the question and put it to you.
Thank you. I'd just like to say that every application is on its own merits. There is no indication that any new large or otherwise building would come forward as a result of this planning application here. I think it's clear, and I hope it's clear to the inspector, how much detailed work and consideration has been put out, not only from the evidence of Neil McLaughlin in terms of working out the size of the building and ensuring it meets its practical and spiritual roles as well. So there's a lot of consideration gone into what's before this bespoke building proposition. And so, speculation in terms of what will happen in the future is not a material planning consideration. in that context.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gibb. If there's no further questions from interested parties, we will take a very brief break. I'd like to say that the combination of cross-examination and the number of questions that interested parties have made, they have covered a lot of ground that I potentially had. So I don't have a great amount of questions, but we do have housekeeping matters to deal with after it and re-examination before that. So I'm conscious that we don't push on and we give the witness a little bit of time and a bit of a break as well. So the time now is it's just approaching 15:35. So if we can return at 15:50, please. Thank you.
Yes, Jane, can I just run through?
Okay, it's 15:50, so it's time to resume the inquiry. I'm assuming no matters of urgency have arisen during the breaks. We'll deal with anything and tie anything up in housekeeping. So it's just my remaining questions that we've got. You'll be happy to know there's very few now because of the range of cross-examination and interested parties, like I said. First one is kind of revisiting something that came up in interested parties. So turning to paragraph 5.36 of your proof, where you talk about the gravestones, and just bear with me, I've got the wrong document up. Get the right paragraph up. Yeah, you address the gravestones and monuments, and obviously we've heard quite a bit about it, and I've heard all the evidence. I'm happy to reflect on that, but there's just a point on the conditions, and it might be worthwhile me having your view now before we get into the roundtable discussion on Thursday. Obviously, you've mentioned the possibility of certain conditions being repeated and imposed. So obviously, they're not on the suggested conditions list as it stands, a number of those conditions. So obviously, I will review them in advance of that discussion. But just for my understanding, because of the differences in site areas and obviously what's actually proposed, do you think that in reimposing the conditions will meet the tests? Is there or otherwise? And if so, what's your particular view on that at that particular point? I know you put it to me as an option, but what's your particular view on whether that's necessary or not, and particularly in light of the differences in site areas with the 2010 permission and what you said about the likelihood of the fallback as well?
My own view is that it's not necessary. It wasn't something that was discussed or considered with the planning officers during the course of the application. I would point to paragraph in my proof from 6.8. I talk about the red line boundary and the crossover, which you've referred to, and particularly at 6.11, I say that in the event the inspector disagrees and change of use application would be required for that particular element of that land, then this would not prevent the operational part of the proposed development, i.e. the proposed building, parking access and landscaping, being undertaken in accordance with the approved plan. So, yeah, to answer your question, the first point, I don't consider it necessary to reapply those conditions, but it would. I also feel it would be appropriate and meet the tests for you to do so for clarity. And then secondly, in terms of the area of land that.
Sorry, you do consider it will be appropriate. Is that what you said then? I didn't quite catch the word.
For clarity, to reapply them on the current planning, on the appeal proposal if the scheme's allowed. I wouldn't necessarily say that would contravene the test of applying planning conditions, but I'll leave that to potentially legal submissions to have a review on that. But that's commonly how, in my experience as a planning professional, how councils have done such things in the past. And then 6.11 deals with the change of use element in terms of the red line being different to that of the extant planning permission. So I have dealt with that in my proof of evidence, and hopefully, does that answer your question clear enough? Yeah.
Yes, the only thing I might need for my consideration is just a clarification of if I were to reimpose it. And I've not reached a particular view on that, and I will take account of legal submissions were to receive any on that particular point. But just a list of the conditions, the relevant conditions there for certainty, if I were to reimpose them, because my assumption is that some of the conditions wouldn't be suitable to reimpose because of the status of the previous planning permission and the extent to which elements have been discharged already.
Indeed. So if you're content, what we'll do is once Mr. Steele's out of isolation, we'll have a chat and perhaps come back to it in the condition session. We can.
Yes, I'm happy to take legal submissions in the condition session over that. If it needs discussion, and there may be a little bit of work there to review those conditions as well to do so.
Yeah, and to be clear, in terms of my evidence in chief this morning, I was picking out relevant compliance conditions that are directly related to the process of burying, rather than any sort of wider aspects in terms of landscaping, etc.
Yes, noted. It's just for certainty though. A list would be helpful for me to particularly consider, and any legal submissions can be made at the same time. Okay, let me just check that I've covered everything there. Yeah, just a couple more and things that haven't really been touched upon. But again, this one again, it's probably in advance of Thursday, but it's so those discussions are scoped down to what's relevant. So paragraph 6.17 of your proof addresses waste management in the context of clinical waste and associated health and safety considerations. I note that it was in response to representations that were received on some of these particular points. Just welcome your view as to whether you consider the matters raised in your paragraph 6.17 could be adequately addressed by the suggested condition that's before me, because you're suggesting an appropriately worded condition. Timing of the statement to common ground means that may not have been in place at that particular point, or whether you'd need some alternative wording to, I think it was suggested condition 3. I don't know what it is whether it's the same on the revised version. Just whether you're content that the wording of that condition addresses the points that you've raised in 6.17, or whether you had some alternative wording in mind.
Could I just have a minute to look at the condition wording? Yeah, please. And so, which condition were you suggesting could potentially reflect? Apology.
I think my list. I've got condition 3, but I'll open it up again and have a quick look now. Just have a quick look. Yeah, there's condition 3 relates to waste management plan. Whether there's enough there to deal with that particular point that's raised.
Yeah, I'd say so. I think condition 3, suggested condition 3. See, I think the condition may need a tweak to refer to operational use, because it's referring to excavation and construction activities, and that's in. But I think C would then cover it. So we might need some clarification in the wording of that. Actually, it's not 100% clear. But aside from that, sir, you know, my position is that, you know, the waste, it's reasonable for a condition on waste to be applied in this instance, and how that's going to be collected, etc. So I think adapting the wording to condition 3 would be appropriate.
Noted. We'll pick that up on Thursday in that case, in terms of what that precise wording may be on that. So I'd just advise you to reflect on that, and if you have a suggestion at that particular point, it might assist to move us on Thursday. Okay. The final question that I have, notwithstanding any potential follow-ups that may come, was just moving on to paragraph 72 of your proof. So paragraph 7.2, 72, where you refer to your view that the appeal proposal complies with the most important policy, which you refer to as policy R3 of the local plan part 1. Note that point, and obviously we've heard evidence and cross-examination on elements of those particular policies, but just wanted to pick up your explanation on that point, why you didn't refer to the policies in neighbourhood plans such as FMP 1 and FMP 10, to which there's conflict. Why you particularly drawn out RE3 over in preference to those two policies in your particular view?
Yes, certainly. Policy RE3 is in the local plan part 1, which is includes the overriding requirements of the development plan, so to speak, which the local plan part 2 and the Farnham neighbourhood plan talks to. That's not me giving it more weight or less weight to other policies. I've considered all policies in my proof of evidence. I'm just merely saying that if the proposal complies with RE3, it's going to also comply with the more detailed policies as set out in the local plan part 2 and the Farnham neighbourhood plan.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll just clarify that purely because obviously there's specific wording in the framework sheet, which is material consideration, which talks about the most important policy, but obviously there's statutory tests in terms of the development plan as well. I didn't want anyone to misinterpret that particular reading, so that's helpful to me. Thank you. I don't have any further questions, so unless there's any procedural matter to attend to, it's time for re-examination.
Mr. Still, cast your mind back a few hours. Might have slightly undersold the amount of hours that you were going to be on the stand, so well done for bearing with me, but we haven't quite finished yet. So the landscape baseline position, if you remember, Mr. Green asked you various questions before lunch about the extant permission and the conditions. Do you remember that line of questioning? Now, does the applicant, does the Ismaili Trust have to, legally obliged, as far as you're aware, to carry on implementing the extant permission if the appeal is dismissed, or can it just decide to leave the site as it is?
No, there's no legal requirement for them to do that. Johnny.
And so it's said to you, in light of that, can you help us with this? Because the point appears to be made. You're having your cake and eating it. You're relying upon the extant permission as establishing the lawful use for burial, etc., and as relevant in that context. But equally, you're entertaining the possibility that it might not be implemented and the site might stay as it is if permission is not granted. Is there any inconsistency between those positions in your judgment?
No, I wouldn't say in a planning sense, in a spatial planning sense, and in consideration of what the site has extant planning permission for.
Thinking, you were then asked about potential inconsistency between the landscaping scheme under the extant permission and the landscape proposals. Now, landscaping on itself, is that in the context of planning development being, leaving aside change of use, but in terms of physical matters, is it a building operation or an engineering operation, landscaping?
No.
In light of that, even if there were any inconsistency with the landscaping proposals under the approved scheme, would implementing the appeal scheme mean that there's any material physical impossibility of building out the development element of what's been approved by the 2010 permission? Is there any physical impossibility in relation to building out the full development element?
And no, my understanding is all the physical development has been implemented on the relevant part of the application site. And there's nothing left to do.
Yeah. Different issue. You were asked about your meaning of the term openness and open field, openness, etc. You remember those questions from various people. Just to be clear, wearing a planner's hat, obviously not a landscape expert's hat, how is the openness in the sense that you use the term, how, if at all, is it affected by the features on the site, such as trees, hedgerows, pylons, etc.?
Well, I referred to the landscape character assessment, which is true. It's small scale and enclosed, and that's by hedgerows, boundary treatments, etc. So that's how I experience the site when I'm stood on it and when I've walked it.
Then could you go into the CD 11.3, the appeal decision from 2010? And
Sorry, can I have the reference again?
yeah, CD 11.3, and you were asked about the condition restricting gravestones or monuments. I just want to have a look at that condition, if you don't mind. CD 11.3, condition 10.
Yes, I've got it on my screen.
And it was said to you, well, the inspector must have thought that condition met the test for development. What was the procedure used for that appeal? If we go back to the first page, what procedure was it? A hearing, a written reps, or an inquiry? Can you tell? If you can't tell, is there any what indication is there at the top of the decision that it was done by a hearing or inquiry?
Well, it doesn't have an inquiry date on it. It just says site visit made on the 17th of August 2010.
And how was the development proposed described in the fourth bullet of the titled page of the appeal decision? Was it described as a physical development, building operations, erection of gravestones, engineering operations?
No, it was a change of use application. I'll just add to that most of the physical works are dealt with by condition, details submitted by condition, instead of a plan that's been submitted with a footpath on, etc. So it was a change of use application.
And what indication is there from the appeal decision that there was any debate or any evidence put forward considering the appropriateness of any building, anything like that? Was that a point that was actually debated in this case in any way, as far as you can see?
No, it wasn't part of the proposition or the proposal. And that rings true to the extent planning permission as well, which was determined locally.
Thank you. New subject matter. I'm trying to get the policy right now. ICS 1. I think I said ICS 3 before. We find that we're going to need the text, so it's in CD 7.1. And you'll almost certainly be quicker than me at this.
Sorry.
It was, I think if I remember rightly, page 63 is the text. And do you remember Mr. Green took you through the various paragraphs of this text? Page
in the blue box.
In the blue
62.
box, yes. 62, forgive me.
Oh, yeah.
And when we got to, he took you through, he said it's not 1, it's not 2, it's not 3. When we got to 4, the question was a little bit different. It was that we're not in the infrastructure delivery plan. Do you remember you were asked about whether we're in the infrastructure delivery plan? Firstly, are you aware whether the Smiley Trust was consulted on the infrastructure delivery plan?
No, I'm not aware.
And when we look at the text of bullet 4, the council will support the development of new service and facilities where required, and may safeguard land for infrastructure if identified through the infrastructure delivery plan. If there is a requirement for new services and facilities, does it have to be in the infrastructure delivery plan to comply with the first part of 4? How
No,
do you
I-
read that?
No, I don't interpret that policy in that way.
If, therefore, the proposed development in this case is to be regarded as falling within the definition of infrastructure, come back to what that means in a moment, how does the Ismaili community's need for it affect consideration as to whether it's required? How do you appraise whether this is a service and facility that's required in the context of 4 in the light of the evidence on need?
Exactly. It demonstrates that there is a new service / facility that is required. And if it falls within the definition of infrastructure, which I consider it does, it therefore complies with part 4 of that policy.
Then let's go to how the infrastructure is elucidated in the supporting text. And that's on page 58. And you were taken to the section green infrastructure. Do you remember the bold text green infrastructure, which says, amongst other things, cemeteries and churchyards?
Yes.
And it was said, well, this can't possibly be green infrastructure because there's a building. Do you remember that line of questioning? Could you have a look at the 4th bullet, social and community? And that tells us that, amongst other things, infrastructure also includes support accommodation, social and community facilities. And it said that that includes, we'll make legal submissions on whether that means it's limited to or includes, but includes services such as, amongst other things, meeting places, cultural buildings, and places of worship. Now, reading that together and as a whole, bearing in mind the words such as, noting, of course, that unlike in a church where the place of worship is also where the funeral takes place, here the evidence is Ismaili community worship somewhere else. But reading that as a whole, having regard to meeting places, cultural buildings and places of worship and the like, what's your judgment as to how the appeal scheme fares against the social and community bullet, even if it's not in the green infrastructure bullet?
Exactly. My view is that, yes, it falls within that definition. It's a unique or bespoke proposal. We've heard all about it, and quite clearly, in my mind, though, that text that you've asked me to read and you read that, I've read out, fit means the proposal fits within that description there.
In relation to design quality, and your suggestion that the exceptional design quality, as evidenced by Mr. McLaughlin, was a consideration in favour of granting permission. You were asked some questions and the first line of question, well, the fact it's got some nice materials is neither here nor there. Do you see design quality as just about materials? Is that how you describe it?
No, it's about the whole process and concept of design through how a design has been created, the right analysis, but also the form, the built form, how that relates. Material plays a part in that. Clearly, through the evidence presented, due regard has been considered to the landscape setting and character, and the building's been designed appropriately, but also to meet the needs of the Ismaili community.
It's often said by developers dare I say, it's often said by the likes of you and me, that our development's really good design, in the context of housing, etc. When you say exceptional design, having heard Mr. McLaughlin's evidence and having regard to his credentials, how exceptional is this design in your judgment?
Yeah, very exceptional. It's exceptional in terms of its definition. It's a unique building. It's but it's a respectful one. And also it's underpinned by the amount and the careful consideration that's detailed in the evidence. And no doubt you would have seen Neil McLaughlin's CV, previous projects, where he's been able to design proposals in sensitive, if not more sensitive locations, and deliver a successful building, both in planning terms, but also in terms of its function.
Are you aware if Farnham's got any buildings that have been designed by Stirling Prize winners before?
No.
It was then said, well, notwithstanding the quality of design, you're going to cause some landscape harm. And you, as defined by you, meaning, and Miss Ritson, there's inevitable and harm to landscape to some degree by the simple placing of a building. To the extent that a new building on a greenfield site is always going to cause landscape harm, does that affect to any extent consideration of the design quality? Are they the same thing? Are they separate things? What's your view?
They are, I would say they are one of the same. I think, you know, in my proof of evidence and in my evidence chief, I set out that I appreciate there would be landscape change or limited harm, but that was mitigated through several factors, including the exceptional design quality, which led me to of the view that it complies with the relevant policies in that regard.
Mr. Banner, just ask you just to be careful on the phrasing of your question, because that got pretty close to a lead in one
Yes.
thought. But I
It
did
was
a lot.
pretty close. I think I was just about the right side of the line, but yeah, you're fair point.
It was
fair
pretty
point. It's
close,
late
so
in the
just
day.
think about it a
No,
little bit more.
that's perfectly fair. So, and those who cast stones can't live in glass houses, or whatever the phrase is. No, that's very fair. Last point. Just to be clear, you accepted, in response to some of the questions from third parties, you accepted that the church was a benefit of the scheme. So if it's a benefit of the scheme, then obviously removing it makes the scheme less good. How do you apply that in the context of the test for either conditions or planning obligations?
So can you rephrase the question?
Yeah, certainly. So what's your view on the requirements for a benefit to meet the test for a condition or obligation? So understanding is what that benefit needs to do in order to meet the relevant tests.
Yeah, if it's a benefit that's to be secured by the planning permission through planning obligations or otherwise, then it needs to be directly related and relevant to the proposed development, i.e. mitigating some impact. Then in this case, the church car park would not do that as set out by our highways witness, and also described in my proof of evidence.
Thank you very much indeed. Just pause there, just in case of any matters arising from the inspector, but that's all from me.
Nothing further from me. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Steele, for your time and your patience with providing answers, particularly to my own questions. And
yes,
yes, I think that's the end of
that's the end of
evidence.
Yes.
Nothing procedurally from you, Mr.
No.
Mr. Green, at this point.
No.
Right. Well, with all that said, I think we're at the end of presentation evidence. So now will be the time to move on to housekeeping matters.
Yes.
And particularly the inquiry programme moving forward before we adjourn today.
Yes.
So there's only one matter arising in terms of pending action, and that's for the condition session, just that clarification in terms of if the appeal were to be allowed and conditions were to be repeated, which conditions you wish me to consider.
Yes.
And if the parties can collaborate on that, but the appellant provide that detail, it might be worthwhile potentially as a note, just a very short note, or any revisions to suggested conditions.
Because then some of them might need to be tweaked.
Yes.
To reflect what's happened, etc. So I totally understand, sir.
I'm happy to accept revisions to the conditions list as it stands, the one that received and accepted as IQ 11 in advance of the discussions up to 5 p.m. tomorrow. That should give me the opportunity. I'm assuming the parties will be liaising over it anyway, so we'll be aware of any particular changes. So it might be a case of it's just an update to IQ 11, just to include that additional note. It can be without prejudice. If I were to consider it, that these are the conditions that I should be looking at, so that none were missed in the event that I did have to visit those.
Yes, we'll do that, sir. Absolutely.
Then the next item on the agenda really is moving on, looking at closings. Now, in terms of closings, I think I mentioned it at the CMC. If we did end up doing it online rather than in person, I'd like it to be received, a copy received in advance by my case officer, so that I've got a copy before me to make sure nothing. I'm not accusing anyone, but make sure nothing is snuck in at the very last minute.
Could I just say as a proviso, so what I tend to do when I'm acting as appellant for one is I do that after I've got the councils, because obviously we have the right to apply, so it saves having to take a note. If Mr. Green's content with that, so I'd have a pre-cooked draft effectively, and then once I've got Mr. Green's, I'll add in any response and then send it to the case officer whilst he's mid-flow, if that's okay with you.
Yes, I was leaving it to decide between yourself, but ultimately the appellant does have the final word. So yes, as long as I receive both.
Yes.
By not later than an hour before we proceed, which is likely to be after the lunch on Thursday. So may need. My assumption is they'll be completed irrespective of the condition session, because that's a without prejudice session. So if I can receive it at some point on Thursday morning, that would be helpful to me, and then I've got time to review them. Usually around about an hour is enough.
Yes,
I'd say on that. The only other procedural point, and I'm not inviting an award of costs, but I know it was an application for costs. But I know that it was a matter that was raised as that parties were keeping the powder dry on that. Now, in the event that an application for costs were to be made, again, ideally if I could receive that in writing, in advance of any session that takes place.
I can tell you now what our position is on that, sir, and we've given very careful thought, not least because the appellant is a charity. The appellant's number one aim is to get a decision, and hopefully a favourable decision, as quickly as possible, because they're really desperate to proceed with this development as quickly as possible. And we don't want any risk the cost application would hold that up. And also there's a genuine desire to build bridges with the community rather than walls, and we hope that's reciprocated. For that reason alone, there will not be an application, although we are of the very sincerely held view is that there are good grounds. Because the appellant is a charity, that is specifically on the basis that were you to be inclined to the view that actually there's a very strong case, or strong case prima facie at least, you couldn't prejudge it, a prima facie strong case for costs, you obviously have the power to instigate a procedure post-decision, which wouldn't hold up the decision. So we're not burdening you with specifically asking you to do that, for the reasons I've given, but as a charity, we have to flag up that there is that option available to you should you feel prima facie strongly about the matter.
Yes, well, I dealt
makes
with, I
sense.
dealt with the powers that I've got in
Exactly.
my opening, and I take the points that
Yeah.
you've raised, but I'm not making any form of ruling in
No, you
in
can't
that
like
respect.
Yeah, exactly.
During the inquiry.
Yeah.
If such a process were to take place, typically it would take place in writing
Exactly.
after the inquiry is closed. So no, I note that position, but obviously were that position to change for any reason, just to make clear, I'd invite it in writing if
Yes.
it were to take place. Not encouraging the submission, but as a procedural matter to have it before me, because it's incredibly difficult from experience to get the most accurate note possible when people are talking. So and to get the cost down if you've not got anything else to go with. So grateful for that. Any other housekeeping matters from the parties? We've received the link, but in terms of the virtual event on Thursday, any other updates, Mr. Green?
No updates, so just a request. It would be very helpful, sir, if you could circulate the draft list of inquiry documents, which have been numbered if they've been handed in over the course of the inquiry. I want to make sure my record matches yours, sir. So if I refer to an inquiry document, I refer to the right inquiry document.
Yes.
So if that's possible, so I know it's an imposition. But
There are 11.
yes.
I have got a list of them. I should be able to provide it, if not this evening, at some point tomorrow.
Yes, just so long as I have it a few minutes before I submit my written submissions to you, so that's
Yes,
fine.
no, I have kept a list and I have got an up-to-date list. It's just a case of sending it off to my case officer. As
Of
long
course.
when I'm packing, I'm making sure I'll pack everything away accurately. If I remember to do it, I'll send it at that particular point.
Thank
Can I
you
just
very
check,
much, sir.
the person to send the submissions to will be Alison Dyson.
That's correct, yes.
So it's her.
That's the case
and,
officer, yes.
We'll do that. Mr. Green and I will agree a sort of a sequence of exchange, and then we'll get that, both of them to you in advance.
Typically, I ask the case officer we received them, and I'd probably adjourn until I'd had them. So
And then we'll read them out after you've
so
read them.
yeah.
Spoiler alert, essentially.
we don't like surprises.
No.
Anything from you,
No,
Mr.
sir,
Banner?
no, other than to say, because this is the last time we'll see each other in person in this case, so on our behalf, thank you for holding the inquiry and the council for hosting it.
Yeah, I just want to thank everyone for the contributions. Councillor Powell?
Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you for tolerating our questions and our sometimes lack of understanding that they had to be questions rather than statements. I thank you very much. Just wondering if it's at all possible to have IQ11 shared with interested parties and whether the link could be shared?
The conditions list will be on there, and I noticed the actual document, it will be added. And I noticed it's got my comments as well, so for transparency, there doesn't need to be a separate version published because it includes all my comments that I offered. So that's fine. And questions, it's not tolerating. Unfortunately, it's just trying to make sure it is a question. That's all. No, I thank everyone for the contribution and the spirit that the inquiry's been held. It's been useful to me. I'm grateful for those contributions, and just wish everyone a safe journey home. Yes, we'll reconvene for day 5 online on Thursday. So I thank you all. Thank you. It's 14:28, 16:28. I wish it was 14:28. It's 16:28. The inquiry is adjourned until 10:45 on Thursday. Thank you all.